What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome into the stream. Who we got in here? Woolbed, Ham, Ryan, thank you for the speen, Oshik. How's everybody doing? Yeah, what's going on? Oh yeah, let me release the microphone. There we go. All right, so today we're gonna work on more stuff. Even more stuff. I want to get started on achievements and get all those planned out. Just to get that in motion so it's easy. Good evening. Welcome in, Ryan. Oh yeah, so your little guy. It looks pretty good. I like him. Let me go look at that again. Yeah. It's not terrible. I think a big part about enemies is just like, you know, unfortunately, there's usually a lot of animations you have to do. Like adding a guy in a Starground for me, there's like a death animation, a walk animation, an idle animation, an attack animation, and you know, there's so much. And like for some guys, like the robot guys, there's even like a charge up and then like actual attack. There's so much. So I bet like that would probably help, just adding more states to them. But I don't know. What is this icon? Oh, it's not real. Okay. Never mind. But yeah. Let's see, this is what he's like in game. That's not terrible. I don't know why you would think that's terrible. I think that looks pretty good. This little guy walking around. Here, I'll play it for all of the stream to see. I'm leaking our DMs because there's nothing in here. Here's the guy. I think it's kind of good if he's like jittery like that because he's like an unstable like robot guy. So I think it makes sense. I honestly think it works pretty well, personally. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. But yeah. Get this panel out of here. I told you use inverse kinematics. You could explore it. I did inverse kinematics and lured in. The arms on all the guys are actually inverse kinematics. It does work pretty well. It can be a little bit tricky to control sometimes, but you could explore it though. I think for that kind of guy it would work pretty well. A lot of enemies, it just doesn't really make sense, unfortunately. But I made a save and load system. Oh, nice. Yeah, added a room tracker for enemy states so they respawn after 5 minutes game time. And the enemy states save with unique IDs. Very nice. Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, save and load systems are kind of fun, honestly. I used to have such a horrible time with them in GameMaker, but I think I just realized because GameMaker frickin' sucks. Again, guys, I don't mean to be negative about GameMaker, but man, you guys have no idea how much I've battled with that engine. Use JSON. Yeah. I just use raw dictionaries and I just use the save var function for all my saving and loading. It's pretty much the same thing as loading a JSON. This took like 4 tutorials. Oh, that's totally fine though. I think that's the best way to do stuff like that is watching a tutorial, in my opinion. Or like a specific tutorial like that. Because some like developers will watch like the mega tutorials and I just don't think it's a good way to learn. But if like it's good to be like, okay, I need a save system, watch a save system tutorial, and then there you go. You know. Yeah, tutorials are JSON. That's totally fair. They're both pretty much the same setup anyways. It doesn't really matter. So yeah, we got all the lures in the game. I need to make the special lure work. So that's something I want to tackle really quick before we get on to the other stuff, is the way that we choose our fish. Because right now, we don't have control over the exact drop rates of each one. So I think we're going to go change that. It's going to be complicated because now, like, I don't know, we're going to have to figure it out. Might be a little complicated. Because I need to know which ones are rare and which ones are common. Alright, let's go to calculate drop rates. It's going to be tricky. I didn't feel so cozy. Well, thank you. That's the whole goal, so good to hear. Alright, so I think instead of putting them all into their own, like, sections in the table, I think I want to go ahead and do this. So how do I want to do this? So I go into here. I think I just need to say regions table. I'm gonna have to significantly change a lot of this code, which is unfortunate. So I want to check if it has global dot. Oops, no. Fish data dot rarity. And if it doesn't have it, then I want to go ahead and add it. Dot rarity. And that'll become an empty array. So the way I'm going to kind of change the structure of all this, we open up Krita. Before, it was like one big list of all the fish. Right, these are your brackets. They'd have a number, blah, 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 then the ID over here. And it was all the fish, including the rare and the common and the legendary in one group. But it's really frustrating because it's like, okay, what if I want to increase the chance for rare fish or something? I don't have the ability to do that. So instead now what I'm going to do is change it so, you know, we have like this, a dictionary, and that's going to have entries with their own arrays of each like class of rarity, right? So it's going to have the common guys and here the rare guys and the legendary guys all in their separate sections. So I think that's going to be much better in my opinion. So that's what we're going to do. I think honestly I'm just going to go into regions and yeah, probably just clear these out. And these need to be dictionaries now instead of arrays. So I think I'm definitely committing to the new system, so it's fine. So what I'll do instead of all this crap, so let's just be easier, just set these as the defaults up here. Boom. And now all of them will have that. The only thing though is I check if regions have that, and then I know it's like, okay. So I have to put them here. Because otherwise it's gonna think that they're, you know, fishing regions. Which I probably should just change the code on that. But maybe I'll do that later on. There's not that many to go through. Okay, so that's all set up now. Then back into here. I'm gonna do this differently instead of doing like the rarity this way. Because I want to make sure it has every rarity. So I'm gonna say var Well, can I just say for I in global dot rarities? Does that work? And then am I going to get each rarity? Hopefully. Okay, so basically I'm looping through each rarity. And then let's loop through each region. So for region ID and global dot region stable. And say var region data is equal to global region stable dot get region ID. Now I want to say if region data dot has, you know, fish, for example, then I loop through rarities. And I'm just going to say global regions table region ID fish at index fish rarity is equal to an array. Boom. So that'll populate that with all the arrays I need. So now down here, it's pretty easy. Right? So now for every region that they're located in, we're just going to say fish at our fish rarity. Dot push back. That should be it. Then we do the same thing here, but for potfish instead. So I also do need to do this here. Which is both, I need to do it for fish and for potfish. Now it should be good. I don't know why this one's complaining. Oh, because I'm checking if it's, I see. I accidentally removed some code that was kind of important. So we needed to have that chunk of code that was like, blah, 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 whatever it is. If catch type is rod. Like that. Otherwise we do it into potfish. Alright, so now we're good to go. So hopefully this should generate properly. Yeah, I'm just gonna print out what all the fish are. It should be fine. I wish there was like a... There's print tree. I wish there was a way to print out a dictionary in a more pretty way, but that'll be fine. Why is this one complaining? Fish data. Oops. Oopsies. Let's change this to be rarity. Boom. Alright, we should actually be good now, I hope. Now it means we don't need to worry about this stuff. Because chance will just always be the same, regardless of the type of fish. Because we don't, like, control the chance there. That's going to be controlled inside of the code where we actually select the fish that we're catching. So... Now, the only thing that's going to be a little problematic is knowing what the drop rates are of each fish. Gets a little complicated. But it's fine. We'll calculate those separately, I guess. So let's see what this prints out. It might break everything. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, so what happened here? Invalid access. Even though I'm doing this here. Oh. No. No. Region ID. So I just call that. It says key 0. Even though I'm passing in the rarity. For rarity in global.rarities. Maybe it doesn't work like that. What is rarity when I print that out? Let's go see. It should just be an integer, but maybe it's not. I don't know. Oh, it's printing it out as like actual things. Okay. But then here, I guess it's stored as like an integer. So how do I get it as a, not an integer? Let's look this up. Godot enums. All right, let's take a look at enums. So how do I loop through each enum? I guess I could set them to have values, but we'll set it should be 0 by default. I guess I need to say enum.values. And I think that'll fix it. Because I guess by default, when you loop through an enum, it'll return the string names. Let's try that again. Maybe this will work. Okay, so it did sort of work. It's broken here now, though, in a different section, which is fascinating. So it should have printed out our stuff. Okay, so now we can see all the rarities, right? So in the pond, it's goldfish, minnow, and bluegill, and carp. And then koi and oranda, and devil's hole pupfish. So that's working perfectly. It's exactly what we want, right? So that's all good. So it is generating our list just fine. We can see where we have legendary fish and where we don't. I need to add in more legendary fish. I will do that. So now what is it doing? So this is looping through the regions table, and what it's trying to do is generate this fish list. So I know how many fish there are. Okay. So the reason why this is breaking is because now it can't just loop through one list. It's got to loop through all of them. So I need to say for rarity in global dot rarities dot values. Then I loop through for each rarity inside of fish. Then I push back one. So hopefully that'll work. Switching to a larger palette and adding more layers. Okay. You don't necessarily need to swap your whole palette just to add in more colors. I mean, I'll be honest, even though I follow palettes and stuff most of the time, I just cheat if I need to. And just, you know, this isn't like whatever N64 era where you have to strictly follow palettes, you know? Like, I think there are cases like that where I personally think it's just fine, you know? Just like break your palette a little bit. But... oh yeah, calculating catch rate now is going to be a little bit broken because we got to figure out what that is. Funny enough, though, I think the catch rate should actually be extremely easy to calculate. Because we know it's always just going to be like a specific percentage, and then you just take the number of fish in that group and figure it out that way, and just divide it by the number of fish. Well, I guess you'll have to get the sum. So we just have to know the proper group. So I just need to add them all together and divide it by their value. All right, well, this is going to get a lot different now. All right. So for calculating catch rate, I guess I'm gonna have a new thing called like rates. How do I want to go about this? It could be an enum. That's not really what I want. I could do a constant, but that's just basically just an enum. See, I want to get like specific values for the rates of catching fish. I'll call it base rates. You know. Or maybe I'll make a new function for this, honestly. It'll just be easier, I think. Get rarity rate, you know, and then you pass in a rarity type. Is this not in global? Where is this in? Oh, this is not in global. This is in the inventory menu. Hold up. So here I don't need to say global rarities. Okay, so for rarity and rarities, or just passing that argument. So now I can return what it should be. So, if rarity is rarities.common, elif, let's just do a match. Dot common, rare and legendary. Legendary. And we're just going to return float. So legendary will be like whatever it was before. I think common. Now, how do I want to do this? Because like that's a percentage thing to catch one of those guys. But it's sort of like, what does that mean, I guess, you know? How am I going to convert that into something that can be like calculated? So I might have to figure that out a little bit. I did remove that data in here, I believe. I had it down in here. Okay, it was 3 for the legendary guys. So what does that leave common at then? Just make sure I'm doing it right. 82. All right. Hopefully we're good then. I guess I need a default. Just 100 or something. I don't even know. Not all code paths return a value. I'll just return 0. Well, that could break things. I will return 100, just in case. Okay. So now we have like a universal spot where we determine the rates, and we can change this later on depending on like our lure types and all that stuff, so we will. Yeah, I guess this will work. Hey, Dustin, welcome in. How's it going? So now knowing that, we can go back into here. Yo, Ben Newman, how's it going? Whoa, thank you so much for the gifted sub, Dustin. I very much appreciate it. Thank you. It's very epic. Yeah, Ben Newman, what monitor do I have? I have a, I got this a little while ago, an AOC mini LED monitor. I think it's like, let me see if it's this guy. Yeah. This is the guy that I have. I'm not using the stand, but I hate that it shows my address and stuff. Let me just look at a different website. This is the guy that I'm using right now. It's a really nice monitor. It's a mini LED, so it's got super great brightness and contrast and everything. It's a 2K monitor, 180 hertz, 1 millisecond latency. It's a pretty good monitor. And the thing about it that's so nice is like it's pretty cheap. It's only like $200 or whatever, $300 for a monitor like this is not that bad. So I've been having a good time with it. It's pretty solid. So it's a VA panel. Yeah, the color on it and stuff is pretty nice. It's just a solid monitor. So since it's like certified HDR 1000, it means that it has a super good like gamut for the color and stuff. So yeah, it is crazy that it's HDR 1000. But yeah, good monitor. I recommend it. It's been nice. So hey, David Huffman, welcome in. How's it going? It's that easy to abuse me. Let's go. I have like a crappy Dell for my tower, and it's kind of annoying. Yeah, it's fair. Hey, 4-star build review, welcome in. How are you doing? Yeah, monitors were one of those things that I honestly slept on for a long time because I was just like, yeah, I don't think it matters. But I'm gonna be real though. I think as let's drop chance. I think as time has gone on, I've realized like, oh, you know what? Monitors are actually kind of cool when you have a good one. So very nice. I want a new one that's large enough for productive development. Yeah, this one is a 27-inch monitor, I think. Yeah, 27 inches for me is kind of like a good sweet spot, I feel like. Any larger than that and it becomes like too difficult to like see my whole screen at once, if that makes sense. And like also, especially since I have 3 monitors, like move my head around to look at the other ones. Also at this like scale of monitor and the resolution, everything looks super crisp. You know, I can't really see the pixels at this distance away from it, which is nice. So, but yeah, I could see 32 inches being nice, but yeah, like it'd be nice for like very specific things, like maybe like watching a movie or something. But otherwise, I think for everything else, it would be kind of a detriment for me, at least. The Gooner monitor. But yeah, I wonder what kind of stuff they have now, because that was 2 years ago, you know, when you think about it. I mean, frick, they've got W-LED. What is W-LED? It's got 500 hertz. Unfortunately, no graphics card on Earth will ever be able to run any game at 500 FPS, but that's unfortunate. Yeah, W-LED. I don't know what W-LED is. And then they have the QD LED, quantum dot LED. Here, what kind of like their tech do they have? Panel resolution, backlight type. Yeah, they only have 1 mini LED monitor. Okay. Oh, this is a different one now? This one's 4K? Yeah, this one's 4K now. What refresh rate is it? It's probably like... What? Oh, you can do 4K at 160 hertz or 1080p at 320. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if 4K would be worth it, honestly. I think it would just make your computer work harder to render stuff. In my opinion. I work on a 16-inch, my TV is like a 24-inch. Yeah. It's pretty small. But hey, it works, yeah. Minecraft runs at 500 FPS? I wish. I can't ever run Minecraft at 500. It just doesn't happen. Maybe if I'm on like a bunch of optimization mods without any other mods on, it's possible, but otherwise it's... Yeah. Alright, so I gotta figure out what the drop chance is here. So, how do we want to do this? I guess keep drop chance at 0, whatever. Okay, so now we can calculate what the base rate is. So we can simplify all of this code. We don't have to know all of this stuff anymore. So we will get the sum. I don't know why we need to know the entry. Why would we need to know that? I say entry is I. Oh, because I'm getting the number of the entry. Oh, and I'm checking if it's equal to... Okay, I see. Alright. So this is just looping through each region, which seems kind of very unoptimal. I should only really loop through the ones that it actually has, right? This just seems silly. Because I'm getting a fish ID, so let's just say var fish data global dot items table at fish ID, right? Lurden runs it. That's true. Lurden is the only game that actually hits 500 FPS for me. But all the others don't. And then now I want to say for region ID in fish data dot regions or whatever it's called. Let's go check what it is. Yep, regions. So now we're cutting out, like, we're dividing the number of times it has to loop by like 8. All right, so now we get the region data. I don't really need to get those. So just ignore that stuff. By the way, VSync option add. I can add it. I mean, I hate VSync, but if people want it, I can. Okay, I don't need to worry about if those exist. So now I'm just gonna say, get rid of that. And I can change. There's no reason to have all this like this. You can just do 1. Okay. So let's see what we want to do now. So we're going to get the base rate, right? And I guess, like, how do we know? I guess it just grabs the last one. Yeah, because if it's in multiple places, it's like, could have different drop rates. It's fine. I think all the guys right now are in single places. I'm just going to kind of ignore that issue for now because it's not a real issue. So I'm going to grab var base drop rate. And I'm going to grab that here. So, well, actually, I can know what it is. So I'm just going to say... what is that function that I made? I forget. Get rarity rate. I might rename that function, but that's fine. And then I'm just going to pass in fish data.rarity. All right, so that's going to be the base drop rate. So then we're just going to kind of multiply that depending on how many fish there are, depending on like the individual rarity, right? Should be pretty easy to do. VSync is actually good at high FPS. Okay. I mean, I can add it. Sure. It's pretty easy to, I think. Updated 4.7 yet? Not yet. Soon we will. Unfortunately, Godot Steam hasn't updated yet to 4.7, and that's why I haven't. But as soon as it does, we're going over. So, I think there's new sponsors here. I don't remember these guys. Space Kraken Studios. Military Incremental Complex. And Trampoline Tales. What's the password? All right. But yeah, as soon as that update is out, we're gonna swap over because I would very much you know, like to use 4.7 because it's freaking cool. So soon. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna loop through all of the fish in this table. So I'm gonna check one more thing here. If fish data dot catch type is equal to global dot catch types dot rod, do a thing there. Otherwise, do a thing here. So in that case, we're gonna have var list. Here list is going to be equal to we already have the rates calculated, the weights. So region data index fish, oops, at index fish data dot rarity. Otherwise, it's going to be pot fish instead. So now we can just have the same code. We don't have to do it over again. I don't know why this is complaining. Why? Oh, probably just because it's unused right now. All right, so now for in list, we're gonna get the sum. And don't actually modify the drop chance. And then at the end, what we're gonna say is just var weight is equal to sum divided by, let's see. Or here, what I need to do, I think, like, if we have, like, let's say our weight is 190, I think we say 90 divided by 190. So it's like a 40% chance, yeah. So we want to say entry 0 divided by sum, right? Okay. I don't know why it's complaining there. Oh, is list already a thing in here? Oh, it is. That's why. Hold on. Fish list. All right, and then the last thing that we're going to return. So this goes through each region. You know, there's no need to loop through the multiple regions right now. So I'm just going to say from fish data dot regions at 0. All right. I don't even need to know what drop chance is there. All right, so we have the weight. So that's going to be like a multiplier to our base rate, essentially. So now we just say base drop rate times weight. And that should be it, I believe. All right, so we're going to have to go check it out, make sure it works. But I think it'll work. Multi incremental's fun, yeah. There's a lot of incremental games on Steam. I haven't played very many of them. There's so many now. Okay, well, it didn't crash, so I think it worked. Let's go get the Fishpedia. So are these drop rates correct? Ooh. Oh, it's multiplying them by 100 or whatever. So let's go back into global. Or in inventory menu. We have to divide this by 100. And that should fix it. Back to main menu. There we go. Yeah, so 22% on that guy. So now you can see how the rates are just so much more stable, right? Which is great. Then if I get field reports, I can also view the rates before we even get them. So now, yeah, you can look at these guys, like, since they're all common, it's like a pretty, like, big rate. And then the rare guys, they have lower rates. And the rates for the pot fish are calculated separately from the other guys, so it looks like it's going pretty good in here. So yeah, I think that's all working now. The last step now is just fixing, you're gonna see as soon as we try and catch a fish, it's gonna break. Yeah. Because in choose fish, I'm not doing the right thing anymore. So this is where I want to actually figure out what, like, rarity of fish that we're about to catch. So, I think I know how we could do this pretty easily, actually. So I'm just going to say var chance is equal to randi range anywhere from 0 to 100, right? And then now I'm just going to say if chance is, let's see here, so 85. Just thinking. Yeah, so if chance is less than whatever, and now we need to say global dot get rarity rate for global dot rarities dot legendary less than or equal to, and this can actually be a rand f range, so I need to make it a thing. So that means we're going to get a legendary fish, elif, else, down at the bottom we get common. So we're going to say type, or I just call it rarity. I'll just start it off being common. So we'll just say rarity is equal to rarities dot common. So if chance is less than legendary, then we say rarity is equal to global dot rarities dot legendary. Then if it's less than rare, then we say rarities dot rare. So now this is great because I get to finally choose, like, hold on, let me set this. Okay. I get to kind of like decide what category of rarity I want a player to catch, right? Which is so much better. Because before it was like you just have to, I kind of have to keep tweaking those values, and like if I ever wanted to modify the rates to get a rare fish, there was no way to do that, right? But now it all changes. So should be significantly easier. Okay. So then what we're going to do here, so we know what our rarity is. Now we're going to say region data at index, and we need to know what kind of fish. Well, we know that it's a regular fish, so fish at index rarity. And then we're going to say, you know, choose weighted. So do this at index 1. Say fish ID is equal to that. And return fish ID. So this should work, hopefully. Now, one thing, though, that we do need to fix here is, like, what happens if we don't have a legendary fish or a rare fish or a common fish here, right? And that's where we need to fix problems. Because otherwise things go bad. So let's say that our legendary fish are empty, right? I'm probably going to say, and region data at index fish at index global.rarities.legendary dot is not empty, right? Because otherwise, if it is empty, we move on to the rare guys, and then we move on to the common guys. Now, I don't think there's ever going to be anywhere where we don't have common fish, so that's not going to be a concern. But everywhere has a rare fish now. The only guy that might not be here is a legendary fish, so I'll also add a check just in case for the rare guys, but I don't see how I could ever have a region without common fish, because then that would be kind of weird. So that'll just make sure that there is actually, you know, guys there. All of these words make sense. Yes, yes. it'll make sense once we actually see it in action. Don't worry. So yeah, then it just adds the fish, does all the stuff. So just out of curiosity, really quick here, I just want to print out what our chance that was calculated, and then rarity. I meant like genuinely, yeah, okay. Good to know. So that should work. And then we also will have to make the same changeover in the spot where we catch our pot fish or whatever, wherever that is. I don't remember where that is. Yeah, catch pots. Excuse me. So there's some weird stuff in here. I don't know why any of this would matter. What is going on here? Pot data dot fish. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, because there's like remaining time and stuff. So I don't need to know if it has fish or not. Oh, that's if the pot itself has the fish list. Oopsies. Bless. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So now what this is doing, we can't just do choose weighted anymore. We've got to do the same system that we've done up on that other function. So I'm tired of how I'm calculating this because it's confusing and weird. So I'm going to move some of these functions out of here. First off, calculate catch rate. We're going to move that into global. Because, you know, maybe I want to calculate that in other places. So it's going to cause some funny errors in here. Okay, easy. And then there's one in global. That can't be calculated. Oh, that's just because yeah. All right, so that's better there. And then the other one I want to do is, let me remember. Oh yeah, inside a fishing region, when we choose a fish, like that's something I want in global also. I know that's really kind of really the only place we put it, but it's just easier to have it in here. All right, much better. So now I don't need to say global anymore in this. And then for choose fish, I'm going to pass in region ID. And say var data is global.regions table.get region ID. Boom. And it just kind of simplifies a lot of this code here. Just want to make sure the rates and stuff here are proper. It's really hard to tell when it's not, so that's why I have it like printing out and stuff. Okay, so with that now in here, when I call choose fish, it's now going to be global.choosefish and pass in the region ID. Alrighty. So I think this should all work. Now, one thing that we can do for choose fish is pass in the type. right? This is what I've been building up to. So type will be catch types, you know? And by default, it'll be equal to catch types.rod. But I can pass in the other one if I want now. So the way I'll kind of do that is instead of referencing fish, all right, we're going to get a different list now. So for our fish list, it's going to be region data at index fish. But then we say if type is equal to catch types dot pot, then I change fish list to region data pot fish. Boom. Easy. Boom. So now I can just use the same function for catching the other guys too. It's significantly easier. Hopefully this works. Yeah, that should work. All right. So we add some Twitch points redeemed for learning. I would like to. I have to think about what would make the most sense for all of it. I'll probably do one that's kind of like the buy a key for 100,000 or whatever. So I'll look into doing that. Yeah, I don't know what else I would do. I mean, like, I guess I could do one that's like add a fish, but I worry like, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. We'll see. What a yum cup doodles. These colors are driving me insane. Honestly, like I was saying, you don't have to change your whole palette. Like you can just just kind of cheat on the background. Points redeemed for Bug Rocket. Oh man, I don't know if we're gonna do that. Just making sure everything in here is good. So we choose the rarity, choose the weighted for fish list. Okay, and it should be it. Now let's go over to catch pots. And now instead of doing our own calculation here for all this garbage, right? I do run continue on that stuff, but now here instead of saying fish, I just say choose fish. And I have to pass in the region ID, so region ID, and it's going to be catch types dot pot. And that should theoretically be it. It's a little scary changing all of our critical code like that for catching stuff, but we'll see what happens. So, hey, Nick, welcome in. How's it going? Hope your day's going well. I appreciate it. It's going pretty good. I just reworked the way that like chances are calculated for catching fish in the game, so hopefully it should be... I should have a lot more control over everything now. Because now, like, it calculates these drop rates for guys in a much more predictable way. Before, we had, like, basically just a big list of all the fish for a region, right? So, boom, and you'd have all these different fish in the same region, and that includes the common, rare, and legendary fish. So here's the problem. Like, what if I want to increase the chance to get a rare guy or something? I have no way to do that because it's all just lumped into this big group. So now what I'm doing instead is I have each of the rarities separated out into their own lists, and I can just be like, I want a common guy right now, and then pick a guy from the common list. And so I can like determine the ratio between the percentages of rarities. So I can be like 85% for common and 15 for rare and 3 for legendary or whatever, you know? So it's much easier now. So I'm just testing it out. The reason I did all that is because now we have this special lure that increases chance to catch rare fish. So I need a way to be able to inflate the rates of rare and legendary fish. And before it was just kind of impossible to do. Now hopefully it should be good. So we can see the value we rolled here was 45, which means we're going to catch a common guy. So that seems to be good. So if we roll a value in here that's less than 15, we should be getting a rare guy. If we get one less than 3, then it's a legendary guy. So we rolled 57. It's gonna be another common. So I kind of want to just fish for a little bit, see if, you know, everything's working. I mean, it should be fine, but we'll see. So demo update with the tackle blocks? No, the demo will never update again. The demo's done. There's gonna be new game content now. Full game content. Yeah, the demo is like, I don't want to keep updating the demo to be the full version, because then somebody's going to get the demo and then buy the full game, and they're going to be like, why did I even buy the full game? Because it's the same as the demo, you know? So I think the demo's in a good spot, like there's no major bugs or anything. It gives people just enough time to kind of know what the game is about. But now that that's done, we're going to really focus on expanding out the content. So. And like maybe one day I'll update the demo for bug fixes and stuff and quality of life, maybe. But I probably won't even bother. You know, it's kind of a lot of work to make a new demo version every single update, so I don't really want to do that. I think it's in a good spot in my opinion. So I'll probably just leave it there. But yeah. Wait. Okay. Still haven't rolled any rare numbers here. Still at 43. Yeah, if we do hit 15, I should be getting a rare fish. Man, I think I'm calculating this the right way. So I get a random value between 0 and 100. And then if it's less than the value for rare fish or for legendary fish, then that means that we're going to get one of those guys. Makes sense to me. Yeah, sorry, Spencer, taking so long on that. I meant to do it before. I was just thinking about that like literally 30 seconds ago. We'll go and check where that's used specifically and add an explanation blurb. Come on. Wait. Go. Still haven't caught any rare guys. Oh. Eventually we will. We've been just getting kind of unlucky. Like almost all of our values have been above 50, so eventually we should get one. I mean, I got one that was like 90, so theoretically, if it goes to that upper half of the scale, then it should be able to go to the lower half, theoretically speaking. So let's wait and see. Okay, 38. Close. Halfway there. It is also a good thing for me. Like, I want to test out the rarities and stuff. Now I have way, way better control over the rarities, right? Before, it was really hard for me to change the drop rates of rare fish versus common, you know? So now I can, like, super precisely control that. Where I can be like, okay, there's a 15% chance to get a rare fish. Just a flat 15%, right? Doesn't matter what region you're in, doesn't matter anything. I have ultimate control over it now. So much easier. Our numbers are close. I got one that was 18. But see, this is like the thing. I feel like I might actually want to increase the rare chance a tiny bit more. I think I might move it up to 20%. Because then that would leave you at a 1 out of 5 chance to get a rare guy. We're just getting incredibly unlucky right now, honestly. I think is the main thing. Eventually we'll get one. Someday. Now's that day. Come on. Right here. Rare fish. This is the thing that's funny about statistics, right? It's like, even if theoretically you should be catching something, at a certain rate, you know? Sometimes it doesn't feel like it's actually random. And right, this is the funny thing about randomness. I think psychologically, when you think of something being random, you think that it's going to be fairly random. You know what I mean? Where it's like, it's this like little psychological thing where it means if like you get lucky, then you're gonna get unlucky. Like we psychologically think there's gonna be like a give and take with randomness, but that's not how it works, you know, at all. Statistically, over a long period of time, it does work like this, right? If you have like a sample size of 1,000, but in reality, rarity is, or like randomness is more like low value, blip, medium. Like it's not predictable. Like it doesn't have this smooth back and forth. Like sometimes you're just gonna be super unlucky for a really long time. And then other times you get super lucky for a long time. It just, it's random. Crazy. But this is one of the things, like I might potentially fudge the numbers on purpose a little bit. Just to make people feel like they're being treated fairly. And this is the whole point of like why games have mercy systems. Oh, there we go. So I got a rare guy. So it is working. It's possible. So there he is. Boom. Miranda. Pretty cool. So yeah, I don't know. I might potentially change the way that I calculate the rates. Because right now we go like, you know, whatever, just pure random. But I might make it so after a sufficient amount of time of not catching a rare fish, the chance of catching a rare one starts to increase, you know? So you kind of like feel like the rarity stuff is fair, where it's like you catch like 5 common fish and then it's a guaranteed for that the next one is going to be a rare guy. You know what I mean? So I might do that. But it's hard to say. But yeah, let's go check the translation thing for you, Zafencer. Let's see, you got a new image here, Ham. Let's see this before. Very epic. Yeah, you got a whole new palette going on. Pretty interesting. Seeing if you change the building still. Oh, but you have a new layer. See, you got this middle layer. I still definitely would suggest changing the scale of these other layers, you know. Like, I feel like your foreground building layer should make the buildings look larger. Because it would really help with the... I guess the thing that I think about when I look at this parallaxing... Trap every bird it. I mean, it's fair. I just feel like it looks like the foreground buildings almost look smaller than the background buildings, which doesn't really make sense because the way perspective works is that everything in the background visually starts to look smaller. I don't know. This is the first thing I noticed from this. I do think it would help really make this effect look a lot, I don't know, deeper. The buildings all being the same size does kind of make it look pretty like one-dimensional, like flat, but just what I'm noticing. But yeah, the colors, I like that you got the middle layer now. I think, yeah, parallax does look nice when you got a whole bunch of layers to it. I've seen some crazy parallax before, man, where I'm like, oh my god, that's parallax. But yeah. I definitely have another layer back here. I think what you really need is like a layer that's not buildings. Because that would really help break things up a bit. What I would probably do if I were making a background like this is like front layer would be like, you know, large, big buildings. And then maybe behind that you have like another layer of like, you know, something like power lines or some other kind of like, or like street lamps or traffic lights, like things that would be big, but are just behind like the foreground, background layer, if that makes sense. And then maybe in the very background, you have something that's almost the same color as your sky, like mountains or something, or, you know, hills or a very distant cityscape. But that's just what I'm thinking. But yeah, it's looking good though. Mini music streaming platforms had to change their shuffle feature to have a little chance to play a song you just played. Yeah, right. It is very interesting. Yeah, I know Spotify has to like cheat with their rarity, with their randomness. All right, so let's look at the translation. What's that at? Where's that under? Little Starground stuff. There it is. Okay, so that's the. Give me 1 second, everybody. Here, we'll play ads. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right, so you need to know where catch rate is used. Let's go look through the code for that. So it's right here. Okay, that's what I assumed. So it's inside of here, whenever you're in the Fishpedia, and it shows the catch rate inside the Fishpedia. So I'll go ahead and add that in here. Translations. All strings. Catch rate. And explanation. Be used to describe the chance of catching a fish inside of the Fishpedia. All right. There you go. Yeah, if anyone ever has questions about translation keys, please let me know. Because it's like one of those things where odds are if one person is confused about it, there's going to be like 10 other people also confused about it. So like, then I can go in and add an explanation for everybody. So it's a net positive. Oh yeah, there actually are in some places not a rare fish for the pot. So I do have to be weary of that. It is a thing that can happen. Okay. But I already accounted for that, so we're good. Alrighty, so... yeah, hopefully everything works. Let's go ahead and test out our pots now. Get a couple more regions and stuff. Say pot times 0. Okay. That's all good. Yeah. All the little freshwater guys. I mean, it seems fine. Like, I mean, let's go somewhere where we can actually catch rare guys from the pots, which I think here we can. So theoretically speaking, statistically, we should get at least one rare guy. We didn't, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. No rare guy. Well, that's actually only 15%, so statistically it's not. Oh, I'm a freaking big idiot. Oops. Nope, still didn't get a guy. Am I thinking of the wrong region right now? Or there should be there's the one guy in the lake, this guy, the diving beetle. Oh, we did catch a diving beetle, so I think we actually were fine. I was thinking of the river. Let's go to the river instead and try again. I'm a silly little goober, guys. So 5 corridors at time. There we go. 1 axolotl. So I think that the new system is working. So anyways, now that we know that that's working, I can change things a little bit. Something I can actually do when I call whatever, like getting the percents for things. Rarity rate. So the problem with this is I need to like change these numbers around, right? So I might actually do this. Where common will just be kind of the leftover between these guys. So I'm gonna say var, oops. Rare rate. And the other one. Yo, Chic. 35 consecutive streams. Very epic. Thank you. So legendary rate. Is 3. So then common is just going to be 100 minus rare rate minus legendary rate, right? A lot of streams. Build a mystery again. Yeah, that was so dumb that you lost the other one. That's disappointing. I have nothing on armchair. What is armchair? Say something funny? I never know what to say when somebody says to be funny. I'm not a stand-up comedian, guys. Fish pog. No one knows what that means. Yeah, good thing I'm not standing. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I have no idea. What do they call a fish with no eye? A fish. I'm so funny, guys. All right. Yeah, I know. Yikes, indeed. I'm just gonna have a thing called get base here. So I'm only gonna modify these if not get base. Then I'm gonna say rare rate and legendary rate times equals global dot get research level. Oops. No, I have to say times equals let's see. Okay, if global.active lure is equal to li.lure.special lure, then I'm going to modify these. I'm just going to print a thing in here. I'm going to print people's names because it's cool. I'm going to remove it later. All right, so then rare rate, I'll probably multiply by 2 and legendary by 2. And we'll see if that works. So I want everywhere to get base values except for the fishing region. When I say get fish or whatever. Catch fish. Choose fish. So choose fish then is going to have to pass it back in for the rarities as well. So I'm going to say get base here is equal to true. And then I'll pass these in here for the rarity rates. And that should work. And then now I want to say false on this guy. Put him on the mic. That'd be crazy. Look under there, underwear. Oh no. No. I knew it as I realized as soon as I said it. This is so sad. Okay, hopefully this all works. We'll see what happens. Uh-oh. Cannot pass able of types. Oh, right. Yikes. That throws a wrench in my plans. Why can't I see? It's fine. It's fine. It's probably fine. Okay, guys, we're gonna see what freaking happens right now. Boom. Let's go get the special lure. We're gonna try catching some special guys. So let's equip the special. And now we're gonna see what numbers we get. And whether or not it prints out Zephenser's name. I thought something wasn't working. Oh, it's catch types with an S. Oh my god. Alright. It's fine. So, you know, I'm using all caps. It's just my own formatting, man. Don't freaking attack me, bro. I do camel case for most of my variables and stuff. Some things Pascal case. For that I do all caps case, whatever you call that, okay? Whatever. It's just the way that I've always done it. So I'm just used to it now. I don't care about this stupid little style guide. I think, it's fine. Stick to ham case, let's go. Hey guys, I actually use, called big case, big boy case. Yeah. It's my own custom case. Alright, so it is printing Spencer's name, so that's good. I don't really care about the style guide. I think the only thing that matters is that I write the code how I want to write it, because I'm the one writing the code. Like, who would I be appeasing if I'm doing the style guide? I'm the only guy. I mean, there is Sunny's been writing some code, but, you know, it's fine. Check is ready. Let's freaking go. Very nice. Modders, I mean... Yeah, but it's like, it's too late, you know? I have to go through and change every piece of code in the game. It's a lot of work, man. I kind of honestly don't like how the variables are in the same case as functions, if I'm being honest. Because I think it's confusing. Oh yeah, so now we're getting all sorts of rare fish. Because it's like, why would you do that? I like how functions are like a different case from the variables. I just think it makes more sense. So I think it's stupid to do snake case for both your functions and your variables, I'm gonna be honest. Where did I get the name Big Boy? Look at me. Nah, a long time ago, me and Ace were just trying to come up with names for the business. This is like 10 years ago or something. It literally was like almost 10 years ago. I think like 9 years ago. But yeah, it was quite a while ago. But we're both big guys, so we're like, well, we weren't like adults yet, so that's why we did big boy games. So that's the origin. It's pretty anticlimactic. It's not a very interesting origin story, but it's fine. All right, we're definitely getting way more rare fish now. So I still have never seen the legendary fish screen. I would love to, because I bet it would look cool. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of rare fish. But that's good. That's the whole point of this lure. I mean, like, if you don't feel like you're getting more rare guys, then it's gonna just be useless. And it's not like it's so much increased that it's like unfair. I mean, that's fine. It's a pretty like expensive research to get, you know, so I might even like potentially add a debuff to this lure where it's like you do get more rare fish, but also it like decreases the speed of catching fish or something, you know? We'll have to see. Hurt my foot, guys. I'm always slamming my heel. I guess because you bench 140 kilograms and 195 centimeters. I might be. I don't know how tall it is. We'll see. I think I'm almost that tall. Let me see. 195 centimeters. 2 feet. Okay, I'm not quite 6'4", but it's so dumb that you have to convert between inches and centimeters, guys. I am 6'2". Well, really, I'm more like 6'2.5". So you could like round up, I guess, and say I'm like 6'3", but it's fine. I round down because, you know, I'm not 6'3". See, I don't measure my height in just raw inches. Nobody does that. It's really weird to just say I'm 76 inches tall. That's not a thing. Like, you always measure with feet. 6 foot something, you know, or 5'11". Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my goodness, I can't mess it up. Oh my god. I got a legendary fish, guys. I did it. Oh my god. Is that how people feel when they catch a legendary fish in the game? I don't know. So you're known as the muscle of the team? Yeah, I guess so. I'm a big guy. So. And I'm not like one of those people that are tall but also really thin. You know what I mean? I still have like normal proportions, but I'm just taller, so I'm just big. So. In centimeters, I'm like 177 centimeters. I'm supposed to be 6'2" in freedom units. What is? I don't think 177 is 6'2", right? No, that's fine. 5'9". 5'9" is like pretty normal. I think it's silly that height is an average, guys. So it's normal to be not average height. Like, there's gonna be people shorter and taller. It's silly to be like to think that being short is a detriment. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, guys. Being taller is not good. I think it's just freaking annoying. It makes everything harder. Like, shower heads are too low for me, so I kind of have to like. It's really frustrating. I kind of have to like push the shower head up all the way, but even then, it doesn't like reach my head very well, and so like I have to stand right up at the front of the shower underneath the head. And then also when you tilt it back like that, the problem is that the water goes and hits the back of the shower, and then it leaks out, and it's just stupid. None of the shower heads are ever tall enough. Also, don't even get me started. Like anywhere where you have to sit down in a vehicle, a plane, or a car, my legs are always like, I'm like this with my legs crushed against my body. It's not good. So that's another thing that sucks. It's just old negatives, guys. The only positive ever is like I can reach things slightly taller. Ooh, so special. Just get a chair or something. It's easy. I don't know. It's annoying. Maybe I should just chop my legs off and then I'll be shorter. Won't have to deal with all the garbage. Because everything's designed for people that are shorter, you know? Nothing is ever designed for me. Also, trying to find like clothing and stuff is also hard. I have big shoes. So it's hard to find the right shoe size because they're already like a lot of shoes just don't have my shoe size. So that's fun. Because I'm like a size like 13, 14, it depends on the type of shoe. But that's the other thing is it's so like it varies so much when you get into the larger sizes. Like one shoe that might totally fit me and then another one doesn't at all. So that's annoying and stupid. Usually like larger boots and stuff I have to get it on larger size, like more closer to 14, and then sneakers are usually like 13, maybe 12, it depends. I also have to get like wide shoe sizes. Oh, and also like shirts always are too short for me. And so what happens is like, because here's the thing that's really frustrating about large shirt sizes is that they're designed for people that are just, you know, overweight and not tall. So when I get like a 3XL shirt, it's never long enough. It's just super big and way too big for me, and not it doesn't scale up the same like ratio. Like a larger shirt just gets wider. It doesn't get taller. So I always have to get tall sizes for my shirts. It just sucks, guys. Appreciate what you have, because trust me, there's a lot of stupid garbage that you don't have to deal with. It's so much easier. Also, 50% cooler and hotter than everybody else? No, it's not cool. Stupid and lame. But whatever. If I was like 5'10", life would be easier, you know? But it is what it is. But of course, it's always easier to say things are better on the other side. You know, grass is always greener. So, yeah. Let's just say many people look up to you. I mean, it's true. Yeah, a lot of people do have to look up at me. All right. So our lure's working. I better go mention this new system now. Changed the drop. Changed the catch rate system for fish. Now every class of rarity is a consistent drop rate that can be modified. Yeah. How's the weather up there? That's always... I don't know why people say it. It's kind of funny. I guess that's why people say it. All the sun singes his hair. Oh my god, I hate the sun, guys. I don't understand people that like getting like sun tanned and stuff and being out in the sun. Maybe the sun is different in different places, guys. I don't know, but the sun where I live is just bad. I don't know. it torches my skin. It's like, it's blazing. Like, the difference between shade and direct sunlight is insane. It's like, it feels like you're walking into a room that's like 40 degrees hotter. I don't understand. It's just so much, like, is it different in other places? Is like the sun not as intense in places that are like in like Florida or something where it's not? Because I'm high in elevation and also it's like super dry and there's never any clouds. So maybe that's why the sun is always so brutal. Because like I get like 300 sunny days a year. So I don't know. I'm tired of the sun, guys. I've got a personal vendetta against the sun, guys. My ultimate goal is to destroy the sun. No. I can see what tomorrow looks like. Don't walk into a bar, walk into a street lamp. That's all you need to take his driver's license photo with a satellite. That's crazy. Who doesn't know about the tangential difference in the power of the sun? What do you mean, like, versus, like, the, depending on your latitude? Tangential. Incidental. I don't know why my Chrome is broken. It's probably because I disabled all their AI garbage. Now it's angry at me. Yeah, I don't even know what this word means. I'm gonna be honest. What does it mean? Okay, that's what I thought. Along it. No, that's tangential. Tangential. Oh, you did mean that. Okay. Just making sure. Tangential. I'm gonna have to undo all my changes to Chrome because nothing works anymore. Chatters, tonight we steal the sun. Dude, that's absolutely gonna be me. I should make a game about destroying the sun because I'm so tired of it. He's up there blasting all his radiation at us all the time. It's not fair. Bro's about as the equator. That's crazy. Wanted the sun to be out to collect some solar. Yeah, I mean, if I actually had a reason for the sun to be out, it'd be more epic. But I bet solar here where I live would probably be really good because it's always sunny. So I guess it's not like it's partially cloudy today, but you know, there's like 2 clouds. I'm surprised man there because he accidentally jumped. That's crazy. Probably plays Whisper Down the Lane of Giraffes. Since we talked about AC, I was looking at solar powered ACs. Oh yeah, solar powered AC. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess anything could be solar powered if you just have a solar panel. So it makes sense. I did actually get my AC unit today. It might be a little bigger than I expected. I don't know. I got it in today and I'm like, oh no. It's tall, it's big, guys. I thought it was gonna be smaller for some reason. But it's like, it's about like 5 feet tall, the AC in it. I don't know if it's gonna fit in my room. But I'll have to make space. It's fine. I'll figure it out. Oxygen comes from Venus. Actually, Venus does not have any oxygen. Well, it probably has trace amounts. But not 21%. Also, Venus is not a habitable planet. If you didn't realize, Venus is quite toxic to life. Airspace licensing, yeah, very expensive. It's pretty expensive, guys, yeah. It is 14,000 BTU. It's pretty good. It should be enough for my whole area down here, I think. And I got the dual hose. It was expensive, I'm not gonna lie. It's like $600, but it's getting to the point in my room where it's just so uncomfortably hot all the time. I just can't take it anymore. It's so awful. Can you whisper the link to me? I want to see it. I can just show you the one I got. Let me go find it. This guy. Here, how about I just put it in chat, guys? Here you go. That's the one I got. Yeah, it's got good ratings and stuff, so I'm gonna try it out and see how it is. I think I got the black one, didn't I? Yeah. It might just be that it's okay. It's only like 30 inches tall. I think it's just the box is enormous. There's probably just a lot of other stuff in the box to set it up, like the panels and the hoses. So I think that's why it seems so enormous in the box. I don't think it's actually physically as big as I think. So, I mean, it's still like a big guy, but it's not going to be like, you know, that enormous. But yeah. How's the air pressure up there? I do live pretty high up in elevation, so yeah, it's you don't really notice it when you're here, but then when you go somewhere else where the air pressure isn't low, you realize like it's easier to breathe and you don't get tired. It's kind of crazy. I'm like, whoa, I could just like run forever. Yeah, definitely cool room, no problem. Don't worry, there's no water here, so I won't have to put it somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, there's nowhere for me to put the water. It's set up, I think, this one where the water just re-evaporates back into the air. I don't know if it even has a mode to dehumidify or not, but I don't want it to dehumidify, so I think it'll be fine. If it does generate water, then I'll just let it sit there and evaporate. Like, really. Yeah, I'll need to check out the remote and stuff. I don't know how it all works, but we'll see. Well, also this should be a load, actually. Okay, so we got that done. Oh yeah, I want to take a look at achievements today as well. Now, achievements are extremely easy with Steam. Because you just say Steam dot is it get achievement or something? It's like it's really easy. You can get like percents and everything you want. I think it's like set achievement. Yeah, set achievement, and then unlocks an achievement. So I'm just gonna go ahead and kind of copy what we did in Starground because we have a function literally that does this. So let's just go to GitHub and go copy the code. It's easier for me to just go here instead of having to like load up the whole project and stuff. Under scripts, global, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Right here. Unlock achievement. Boom. Unlock achievement. Boom. So there we go. I think it's Steam ready is what I use. Yeah. So Steam is not ready, I return. There's no such thing as cheating. I don't really care if people cheat or not. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to say unlocking achievement with ID and then pass in the ID. So you say Steam set achievement, and then I do all of this stuff. So what is it? Steam store stats. Send the change stats and achievement data to the server for permanent storage. All right. So that'll keep attempting to store the stats. I guess it can fail potentially. I've never had it fail before with Starground, so I'm not worried about it. Kill the Grandpa needs to be an achievement. Yeah, I could definitely do that. Yeah, we're gonna come up with some ideas for achievements right now. The system to do it is like nothing. Like the code is nothing. It's just a matter of actually, coming up with ideas. So, quick, steal the source. Yeah. I'll look concerned if it does decide to pull the potential 1300 watts on the same breaker as your other stuff, since US breakers typically only have to be 15 amps. Yeah, I have, I mean, it's probably going to be not on the same breaker as my computer. I think I'm going to go put it in my, bedroom, which I believe is on a different breaker. So I should be okay. If I do have issues with that, though, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to see. I don't know if there's, a way to limit how much wattage it takes in. I mean, I can probably just control the, level that it's at or whatever and make sure it's not going crazy. But I have some other breakers down in my room. Like, I have the main circuit that I'm on here. And I think there is a 20 amp circuit that is, in the hallway that I can tap into if I need to. So, worst case scenario, I just leave it over there. Well, it does have to be next to a window. But that's fine. I can just, I guess, bring an extension cable over. But yeah, I mean, even if it does take the full 1300 watts, I don't have a ton of stuff in my room that's consuming a bunch of power, to be honest. Like, my computer, even though I have a 1000 watt power supply, I would be surprised if it ever goes above 400 watts, just based off of the hardware I actually have and the fact that most of the time I'm, it's not even really that intensive. None of the stuff I've got going on here is consuming that much power. My graphics card is even only at 30%, CPU at 20%. It's probably only consuming maybe 100 or 200 watts would be my guess right now. So I'm not really worried about that. All my lights are high efficiency LEDs, so probably fine. 889 lines. Yeah, we got quite a few in here. That's only half the script, though. We have 1600. Am I doing an in-game pop-up? I'm not 100% sure if I will or not yet, to be real. It might be something that I explore later on, For now, I'm probably just gonna, probably just make it not a pop-up, to be honest. Maybe one day I'll do a pop-up if I make a native version on itch or GOG. But I actually looked into GOG and how you put a game up on there, but apparently it's super selective. Where you can't just go in and post your game. You have to get approved by the GOG committee. So So I think typically they only really accept in games that are quite successful. They'll probably never be able to release a game on here, but that's fine. Is this not just the Steam gift card background? Seems like it. Why am I on is this Polish? Oh, I just saw the languages and I'm like, what is going on? It's not. But yeah, you have to submit your game. I don't think I'll ever get accepted here. It would be kind of cool. I mean, I might as well. There's no Steam doesn't require you to only release on Steam and stuff like that, so maybe one day. But and yeah, we'll probably look at doing I don't know if I'm going to do a full version on itch or not yet. I am not 100% sure. Possibly. But I don't know yet. And then there's also mobile, which we'll be exploring. I'll probably do mobile eventually. After the full launch and stuff on Steam, and maybe a little break, and then I'll look at doing a mobile version. Check DMs. I can check those right now. Let's see. Environmental overhang. Very nice. Yeah, that's nice. It adds a lot more depth when you got stuff up there. And then... No. You don't have to reset everything. I think you're on a good track. I think it's just a matter of tweaking things. I really do think if you just kind of change the scale of your background layers, then everything would be fine. Just like physically draw these buildings to look smaller. And it would make them look a lot farther away. But it's up to you. Let's see, yeah, I did it too, to be honest. I've kind of wanted to plug my PC into a power station, see what it pulls with 3090. Yeah, it would be interesting to know. Honestly, because I don't really know how many watts it consumes. I should get like a power meter just out of curiosity to see. But I mean, if you go into here, like do like a PC power calculator or whatever, we can figure out how much, you know, my computer is using. So I have a 3900 XT, and this is at like maximum wattage. I got a full ATX. NVIDIA 3080 Ti. I have 64 gigs of DDR4. I have a lot of drives, and I could use some. I didn't even know they had 15,000 RPM drives. That's kind of crazy. I think I have at least 2 of those drives. I know I have like another terabyte SSD, and then like one that's like 512. I do have an optical drive. I have a Blu-ray drive. But yeah, I mean, that would be like my maximum wattage, I imagine, would be like somewhere around there. If like everything is at full power, which I don't think would ever happen. You know? I mean, like we're running at, let's say, right now, I'm at like 20% of that. You know, 800 watts. Then, yeah, I'm probably only pulling like 100, maybe like 200 watts at any like given normal moment. Like if I'm playing a super intensive game or something, I'm sure that ramps up a bit, but otherwise I don't think it's ever actually going to use that much power. So I use an old PC with a 1050 and it uses 160. Okay. Like maximum or just like average power load? Because the thing that's interesting about getting super powerful components is, funny enough, like unless you're fully maxing them out, it's almost like they tend to use less power just because they're so much more efficient than older hardware. You know, you can render in and load the same stuff at like 5% usage. So even though their like maximum power usage is way higher, their actual power usage day to day is probably a lot less than older computers, which is always kind of a funny thing, I think. Oh, you'll test BRB? Yeah, sounds good. All right, so achievements, guys. Let's talk achievements. What kind of achievements do we want? So yeah, I like one for killing Grandpa. Maybe we call that one traitor or something. What else do we want to do? I think for achievement count, I'd love to aim for something like 15 to start out with, probably. Is going to be my guess. I don't even remember how many we have with Starground. 14. Yeah, like around 15, I feel like is like a pretty good amount. Maybe even less than that, to be honest. It's hard to say. I don't want to just have be one of those games with just a billion achievements like Cookie Clicker. I mean, there's nothing super wrong with doing that, but it's sort of like, you know, it devalues all of your achievements if you get one every 2 seconds, I think. So 100% of all players. But yeah, I mean, look how many freaking, like, you're gonna get 10 achievements in the first like 5 seconds of playing the game. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, that seems kind of crazy. It's really interesting how you see these, like, scrolling through this, like, a lot of people do all this stuff and then there's like an immediate quick drop off. And then a lot of people that get to this point continue on for a while, you know, and get all of this stuff. But then it kind of like goes, and toward the end it drops off again, and now nobody has like any of this stuff down here. So I do have these though. Yeah, there's still a couple in here that I have yet to acquire. I'll get there one day. Yeah, fish your first fish, maybe a legendary. I think that'd be good. Catch a legendary fish. Back when I was broke, I had a 30-50. I think I got one of my brothers a 30-50. You know, people really hate on the 30-50, but it's super cheap, you know? You can actually get it and stuff. Or I got them or it wasn't a 30-50, it was a 50-50. I don't think the 50 series are like too bad. I mean, obviously it's not going to be equivalent to a higher tier card, but I don't think it always has to be, you know? It's fine. I don't know. I feel like in modern day times, unless you're doing very specialized use cases, you can get by with almost every game ever with just like a okay card. Like if you have like a 3060 or something, or even less, like a 2060 Ti, like you're basically fine, you know? Like you might not be able to run everything in ultra or crazy graphic settings, you know? And if you're running on like a 4K monitor or something, you'd probably want something better. But if you're just a normal gamer playing at 1080p, then like you can basically run whatever game you want. I feel like the times have changed, you know, like in the olden days, you really needed better hardware constantly to actually be able to play new games. It's just not really the case anymore, I feel like. Because, you know, we have graphics options and you can just play the game at the lowest settings and you're fine. And that's the funny thing too, is games at like lowest settings now look almost the same as the games on ultra settings, in my opinion. The jump between the two now is extremely minimal, I feel like. So yeah, I'm fine at 1050. I mostly play indie. Yeah, like my a lot of my family members and stuff only have like 1050s in their computer, and they're fine. Like 1050 Ti's. You know, obviously they're not gonna be running ray tracing or anything, but ray tracing is kind of lame in my opinion. I don't even care about ray tracing. So, all right, so one for catching a legendary fish I do think would be good. We'll have to come up with the names and all this stuff for these, but here, let's do it this way. Kill Grandpa. Catch a legendary fish. Yeah, exactly. We've talked about this on another stream before, but I always think, yeah, art direction is always going to be way better than just ray tracing. Because ray tracing looks, you know, like, let's say you have like some template Unreal Engine project, like, ray tracing is not going to make that game look good. It's still going to look like garbage and be an empty, void room with nothing going on, and it's boring. So ray tracing is just kind of like, I don't get the hype for ray tracing. I think it's just because people are like, it's the next coolest thing and it's gonna change everything, but it's not. games will still look good without ray tracing. I don't think ray tracing will make, I don't know. I don't get the benefit. Honestly, I feel like in a lot of times ray tracing seems like the only real benefit would just be it's easier to implement for like developers, because you don't have to like control your lighting setups as much, if that makes sense. Because it's like you don't have to worry about like light clipping through things and all these like potential issues you get with traditional light rendering, because it's simulating reality, so you don't get any of those weird edge cases. But that's the thing, is you're never going to make a game that only supports ray tracing, so that point kind of doesn't really hold any water, at least right now, until every computer can run ray tracing. But yeah, I think it's just silly. People say that like ray tracing affects their PC. Yeah, exactly. It's bad if I want my game to look better than some of my friends whose are similar in the same genre. You're talking about the game that you're working on? Or do you mean with ray tracing? Yeah. I mean, I don't see why that would be bad. I think it's fine to strive for a good looking game. I personally like, I mean, I like making stuff look nice, but I think always my number one goal though is always gameplay. I think that's always going to be more important than anything else. But yeah, then like the competition, yeah. I mean, it just depends. It can be hard, honestly, to make your game visually stand out unless you're like at the top of your field, right? So I think most of the time, the thing that people really care about when it comes to buying a new game is the gameplay proposition. So the new Indiana Games channel only has ray tracing. Seriously, that's crazy. The playtest can continue to be updated. It will be, yeah. Playtest and the regular full version of the game that some people have keys for will still get updated. So yeah, for the playtest, what I did is I closed signups, but you can still play the playtest. So it's just a way for me to continue getting feedback on full game features. If there is anybody ever that like has missed the playtest window and still wants to play the new content we're working on, then just let me know and I'll send you a key. It's fine. So we don't have to like exclude people. Really. I just closed the playtest because it's a little confusing to some people, where you have like a demo version and a playtest, and it's like, well, what am I supposed to play? So it's better if I just hide it. Don't be annoying now. Don't worry about it. Like DMs. Yeah, let me take a look. So we got 2 images here. Okay. There's like a little cave area. Sounds looking pretty interesting. Yeah, I mean, not to be rude in any capacity. I think these games both look interesting. But I do think already, even just with this scene, in my opinion, I feel like this visually feels a lot more interesting than these other two. And of course, I think it just depends on the vibe of the game and stuff. Yeah, when I say these things, I don't mean to attack anybody in any negative way. I think I see a lot of pillow shading here going on with like this lamppost. And I'm seeing a lot of colors in here that are very similar to each other, especially like in the rocks and stuff. So I think the biggest thing I'd say for making this game look better here is like definitely doing using a palette, you know, and sticking with the palette. There's way too many colors going on here. I also think the backgrounds, the parallax is a little, a tiny bit, you know, lazy in a way. Again, I don't mean this as an insult or anything. Just honest first impressions of the visuals here. But it's clear that it's just the same foreground layer, just kind of duplicated and set to a slightly darker color. The thing is as you do parallax, you want the layers behind to progressively become less detailed. You know? But this is just the same detail. It's the exact same sprites as the foreground, and so it kind of looks way too distracting in my opinion. This, I think, game does the background parallaxing a lot better because it takes these background sprites and stuff are a lot lower contrast and more simplified, and I think that helps a lot. I do like how they've got like the texture and stuff on the bricks. Like physically everything in here is really nice. I do like this like gear sprite in the background and stuff. One thing I'd say here though is I can tell that the background is a different pixel ratio from the foreground, and so it looks a little odd, you know, because you look at like, it is hard to tell, but I feel like in some of these cases you can see this pixel seems to be a tiny bit smaller than this pixel. It could just be like some weird integer scaling on a nearest neighbor, you know, scaling method. Maybe that's what's happening here because it wasn't taken at like a native resolution. It is difficult to tell, I'm gonna be honest. I like how there's that foreground bit there. That's nice. But yeah, I guess the thing with this environment is like, with what you got going on here, I think it paints a much better picture of like where you are. Like it's very clear that you're in like an abandoned city, especially when you have like robot guys walking around and stuff. It's like, yeah, this is like a city. This, I don't really know what this environment is. I don't think the art here is necessarily bad, but as a player, I just don't know where this is. Like, is this like a dungeon? Because the bricks make me think of a dungeon, but then the gears and stuff make me think of like a factory. So I guess it's like one of those things where I'm just not sure what like environment, what story this environment is telling me. So that's what I would say with this one here. But anyways, here's my unsolicited feedback. So should I just keep Lerda in the experimental branch? The experimental branch kind of doesn't really matter much anymore. I mean, you can keep it in the experimental, I guess. I usually just always update the experimental to the newest version. So you can just keep it on experimental. Sure, it's fine. Thanks for streaming the feedback and vibing. Yeah, you can probably see me right now due to how tall you are. Go to bed. Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for coming in the stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think like, I don't think you necessarily need to start at square one with the game art you've got going on here, honestly. Just in my personal opinion, I think it's absolutely like, it's a good foundation. Most of the stuff that I see here that should be adjusted, I think it just comes down to doing changing your parallax layers and the amount of detail you're showing off there, right? Like these background buildings, I think are just they're rendered at the same scale as these guys, so it just looks a little off. But yeah, otherwise it's looking pretty good. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. Bye-bye. Okay, what other achievements? So what do we want to call the catch a legendary fish achievement? Shiny. It's kind of boring. Yeah, what would the name be? I don't know. Ugh. Tell me what the achievement sometimes for me is hard. Alexa, fan on. Fish. Legendary thesaurus. Famed. Mythical. Fabled. Fantastic. I don't know. We'll just call it shiny for now. What other achievements do we want to do in here? I don't know if I'll do one for catching a rare fish, because that's kind of not like a super big achievement. So I might leave that one out. I wonder if I should do one for completely filling up a tank, you know, with fish. I'm not sure yet. I might also have some achievements for how many fish that you've caught over time. So how do we want to go about that? I have the list of caught fish, so I can calculate your total number of caught fish, I'm pretty sure. I'll have to make sure that that saves. I think it does, because I think we save that inside of user data. So if I go look at that, we have... Oh, I don't do it in user data, but I do it down here. Caught fish quantities. So we could definitely do it there. Maybe fill all the tanks, since you can always expand tank space but not add more tanks. That's true. Or like buy all tanks. Yeah. I'll say unlock every tank. Yeah, I could see doing that. Let's see. Okay, results 3090, Ryzen 9 3900X, 12 core, max power use startup 200 watts, power use lured in 230 watts, power use Windrose high settings 550, max per EcoFlow River 3 plus output screen. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much in line with what I would have expected. No, honestly, the maximum power isn't as much as I would have anticipated. I would have thought it would be a little bit more than that, but I think it just goes to show, like, I don't think computers use as much power as people think they do. And that's like if you're at 100% maximum, like, power too, which is funny, because odds are you're never really going to be doing stuff like that. Get all ascension. Oh yeah, that would be good. Yeah, visit each region. Probably just call it Globetrotter. Catch all fish. Yeah, we'll have to definitely do that. Unlock every tank. Empire. I don't know what would be a good one for that. Unlocking every tank. What would you be if you had every tank? Fish keeper. Globetrotter, visit every region. Catching every fish. Master angler. Yeah, getting all ascension. Unlock every ascension upgrade. That could be like, I think quantity achievements are boring. I mean, yeah, it depends. I think it's okay to have a couple of quantity achievements. I don't want to have too many of them, because I think it does get to a point where it starts to become kind of annoying. So, but I wouldn't be opposed to a couple. I mean, if you kind of think about it, these are all technically quantity achievements. Like unlocking every ascension upgrade and stuff. But... oh yeah, every research. I think for that we gotta go like Einstein. What's the name for every... First thing that came to mind. Figure associated with Ascension. Jesus Christ. I don't think I'm gonna make that the name though. Ad starting in 1 minute. No. Yeah. Fishing God. I do have to be careful a little bit because the game is in a lot of languages and I don't want to offend anybody by like likening the player to a god or something, because I think sometimes that can be viewed as a negative thing, like as an insult. Scholar. Ascension. Maybe scholar. Well, if you have every ascension, you're basically like a godlike figure. But how do we describe godlike without actually mentioning God? If you keep ascending, you're very high up. Right? So... unlimited power, it's over 9,000, yeah. Trying to think what would make the most sense. I want to do like drop your first pot or unlock pots. Yeah, I think something like that could be nice. I think dropping your first pot. We can probably like do drop it like it's pot or something. Drop your first pot. Okay. I don't know. I don't want to just do master. Unlimited power. I don't want to do something too generic. I don't know, I guess scholar. What are some other ones we could do? I don't want literally every achievement to be gotten right at the end of the game, so... would be good, like, kind of middle game achievement to unlock, you know? Maybe one for ascending for the first time. Right? Equip the same clothes as Grandpa? Yeah, that'd be good. I'll just become Grandpa. Yeah. The titles I'm thinking of that are like Mimic or Ditto. Just means the same or whatever, like duplicate. I don't want a Nintendo suing me. I mean, they can't really. I don't think they can sue someone over a word. All right, ads are almost over, guys. Okay, ads are over. Sorry about the ads. What else could we do here? Maybe just like shapeshifter. If it's easy to implement, oh yeah, doppelganger. Do kind of like doppelganger. Yeah, if it's easy to implement, it should be an Easter egg where you get a cane if you copy Grandpa. I don't know if that's going to be easy or not, because it's like how does the player hold a cane if they're also holding a fishing rod? You know, I'll have to see, but I'll write it down as a possibility. Get a cane if you copy Grandpa. Yeah, I could just make it a thing in the shop, but it might be disappointing when you go travel to the region and your held item is just gone. I'll have to think about that. Grandpa does have some special code to position his arms in the right ways for his cane, so that might be a little annoying to do. I'll see what I can do. Will be a name for ascending for the first time. A fresh start. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 10 right there. Got 5 more to do. I think we could do some for like number of fish caught. I think would be fine. Catch 100 fish, and I might do one for catch like 1,000 fish. Just as like an ultimate one. That one will take a while. Oh yeah, getting $1 million. I could see doing that. Has anyone become a trillionaire yet in lured in? Is it even possible? It seems still pretty far off right now, but eventually. I mean, yeah, with cheats, I'm sure. Become a millionaire. I'm a billionaire. Technically, the dev commands will count for stuff like that. I don't really care. I don't care if people cheat. It's fine. Can you cheat by changing your system time? Yes. I don't care. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Like, cheating, it's a single player game, you know, I don't care. I'm probably not going to do billboards because... Or not billboards. Leaderboards, because it's going to be really, really hard for me to know when people aren't cheating, you know? I don't know what happens if you go back in time, to be honest. It might actually give you negative money. I've never tested it before. But if you guys want to test it, let me know what happens. That would be really funny if you just got negative money. It might happen. I could do an achievement for that, yeah. Make earn, yeah, -1. Time traveler, earn negative offline income. Yeah, so I'll separate this out into secret achievements. I'll probably make those ones all secret. Let's see. Welcome in on YouTube. How's it going? Okay, so we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15. So that is 15 right there. Probably call it there because that's already a lot of icons to draw. But we'll continue with more in the future, probably. So we got to come up with names for some of these. So catching 100 fish. Serious angler. No, that's boring. I like achievements where you get like progression, you know, where it's like one achievement and then the next one is like kind of the same thing but like better. So become a millionaire. I think we could do we could figure that one out. Who's like an iconic millionaire? And become a billionaire. Yeah, I'm thinking of. Oh, you're a millionaire, Woolbed? Let's go. Yeah, if we do add in like the regions and stuff, and we get to the point where we have like trillions, we're working with trillions of dollars, then I'll probably do Elon as the trillionaire achievement. Let's see. A millionaire. Money bags. Just kidding. Hopefully no one believed you. Now I will always view you as a millionaire, Woolbed. Yeah. Yeah, totally. And then a billionaire. Title for a billionaire. Stocks, yeah. Doesn't stocks imply like losing money though? I think isn't that the whole joke of the meme where it's like the chart's going down and he's losing money? Right? Oh, I guess not. I guess it is going up. Who is this guy? What is this model? Okay, so so I don't even know. Apparently it came from Special Meme Fresh. Okay. Cool. We still gotta name all these things. Man. Naming stuff is the hardest part, guys. I can make a whole game, but when it comes to naming something, it's all over. Become a billionaire. Is it enough yet? I don't know. Okay, catch 100 fish. If you catch a lot of fish, then you are... what are you? I think I gotta have one that's like beats working. I need to do more dad phrases. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the posture check. For the wrist check, the trio. Let's see. Catching 1,000 fish. That's a lot of fish, guys. Ecological disaster. Oh, almost dropped the ball. All right, I think we're good to go then. Any other ideas and stuff on achievement things before we move on? I think changing the system time gives me an error because of a null value. How would that happen though? I'm trying to think. Because going back in time, it should just then calculate the difference. Can you send me your logs just out of curiosity so I can see what happened? Alright, so now I just gotta make all the icons for all these. It's gonna take forever. I need to figure out a style that I can like do in a reasonable amount of time. I might kind of go the cookie clicker route of like doing them in pixel art, you know? Because I think that's just gonna be easier. Alright, like all of these guys. I'll just make some kind of background and ball go. Oh. Alright, well, that's gonna be a bunch of work. But it's fine. I could probably get it done in a couple days. Okay, so we got all that stuff worked out. I did want to kind of explore doing larger aquariums today. Want something better for billionaire? Take some random quote from Mr. Krabs. Oh yeah. Is he a billionaire? Let's see. Invalid access property or key passive income on a base object of type null. Calculate fish income. Oh, that's weird because it's like saying that you got like a null fish or something. Not sure what's going on there. Well, I'll take a look at that and see if I can replicate it by changing my clock back. I might have to actually fix that bug if it's... Because, you know, what if somebody accidentally moves their clock back or something and then their game is corrupted? That's kind of sucks. It's like an older version, like 2 months old, maybe? Oh, of Lured In? An older version of Lured In? Five-letter word for happiness. Money. Yeah. Yeah, because it didn't want to let me in, so I opened some decompiled one. Okay, well, that's probably what's going on here with this error. I'm pretty sure what's happening is just that the key passive income didn't exist on an object, on a fish that is now null because it doesn't exist in this version or something like that. It's probably just because you had save data that was created in a different version of the game, is my guess. So, because I think I changed that key at one point away from passive income. So, is that a quote from Mr. Krabs? We'll bet. Try again. Yeah, sounds good. 5 business quotes from Mr. Krabs. The only thing I don't like about that one is it has a colon in it, and I don't know if that's like would work for formatting. I'm just looking at a bunch of other quotes from him. Money is the ultimate source of joy. The money is always right. Yeah, it's pretty long. The money is always right isn't too bad. I do have a lot of SpongeBob references. Yeah, I think that could work. It's really funny. There's one achievement in Cookie Clicker that's just like extremely long because there's no like limit to how long you can make them. Oh, my lower back. Oh, it's like Cookie Clicker has so many achievements that like breaks their UI, like this one. I think there's another one that's like just super long. Oh man, lower back kind of hurts. Where is it? I know it's here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. It's just kind of funny. Oh. There's really no hard limit to how long these achievement names can be, and to be quite honest, I'm rather curious to see how far we can go. Adolphus W. Green, 1844 to 1917, started as principal of the Groton School in 1864. By 1865, he became a second assistant librarian at the New York Mercantile Library. From 1867 to 1869, he was promoted to full librarian. From 1869 to 1873, he worked for Evans, Southmate, and Choate, a law firm co-founded by William Everett, Charles Ferdinand. I think it keeps going, but it's just the UI is broken, so you can't see it. It's kind of crazy. But anyways. Yeah. What amount did we make it up to? We're at 15 now, so pretty good. Yeah, I don't want to go like too crazy with it and make my job too hard, so I'll probably cap it at around 15 for now at least. Okay, so yeah, we'll just have to keep drawing icons for all these and stuff. I'll figure out like the design I want to do for them at some point. But that'll be later on. So, what do we want to take a look at now? We've got some other things in here to do. New zone. I did say big tanks in the title of the stream, so maybe we'll take a look at those. I still need to figure out exactly how I want them to work, because it's complicated. I skipped the tutorial with the command. Yeah, you can type in tutorial 6, and that'll skip it. All right. So how do we want to make the larger tanks work? I'm trying to think right now. I've done some mock-ups before of like a potential new layout and stuff, so there are going to be some like weird little design quirks we're going to have to work out, because if you catch a big fish, if you want to get all fish, just say give all, and then your quantity. And it's give all as one word, by the way. We need to figure out how big these big tanks are actually going to be. So let's go ahead and load it in here. 512 by 512. Hey, Two Socks, what's up? How's it going? Let's go to sprites. Then, oh, we had it right there. Aquarium 1. This is a new document. So there's our aquarium. And we can figure out the scale of our next one. So let's enable the grid. That's not 16 by 16, right? Or I guess it is, but this is 32 by 32. No, something's not right. That's not 32 pixels. It is? It just doesn't seem real. Okay, well, the tank is bigger than I expected, so that's fine. Alright, gonna have to sleep now. Sounds good, Woolbed. Thank you for coming into the stream. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Alright, so here's our tank, right? Let's do a larger grid. So it's like a 2x2. But we need to figure out how big the big tank is going to be. What do we got here? So yeah, it did give you negative money. I assumed that it would. Yeah. It's kind of funny. You're offline for minus seconds. 20% efficiency. You made negative money and research. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. Let's look at some images of aquariums. There's a lot of different kinds of tanks. We've got sort of more like hobbyist tanks right now. But I want to do some like really large guys like this would be cool, I think. It's going to be a freaking pain to settle these up, I'm not going to lie. I don't know how I want to like format the large tanks in terms of like the window that you view and open and stuff, you know? It's going to be kind of like, it's going to be difficult to figure all that out. Turns out free is not free when you're in debt. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah, we got to figure out like the UI. So here's sort of how it works now, where it's just a box. What you see is what you see. This is the inside of your aquarium. You've got your sand down here, you know, fish swimming around, blah, 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 right? That's the aquarium. But if we're like making a larger aquarium, I feel like we're gonna have to change the way that the aquarium is actually displayed. You know what I mean? I mean, I could just make it the same, but are people gonna be disappointed by that? I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's also going to be tricky to like display it properly inside of the tank also. It's complicated, guys. But I'm thinking about doing something sort of like this. Where before we had like the 2x2. Now we would be doing like a 4x4 instead, right? And this would be the size of the tank. Something like that. Maybe we even do like a 4x5. Then we can have the top of the tank here. Probably somewhere in here. So, what do you guys think about a tank like this size? It's definitely enormous. It's maybe even too wide. Because I'm thinking about maybe having 2 of these. Just so you have a little bit more freedom to display fish how you want. Because if you only have one, then that's it, you know? You have to fit all of your big fish into that one tank. So... yeah, it's hard to say. And I'll probably have like some water set up in here. Like a shader on top. Let's see. Round out the corners. Because a lot of these like massive aquariums like this, like it's just like this wall of glass. The only thing though with a tank like this is it's gonna need like, I'm gonna to have like some pumps or something in the back because it'll look kind of silly if it's just a big thing of glass. Because this is really how these things are in reality, is like you've got the water and then like a whole freaking room in the back for all the pumps and stuff. So it doesn't really make sense to just have these big tanks just in the middle of the room. I mean, I guess you could have like all the pumps and stuff for the tank underneath in the basement. Maybe that's the way that we do it. But yeah, it's hard to say. Right, I think you can soft lock yourself to time travel. Yeah, because then you won't be able to go back to the pond and stuff. I'm not super worried about it. If people are gonna, you know, change their clock, it's kind of like whatever. Oops. What was the one layout I was looking at? Like aquarium layout. I was kind of looking around at a lot of these for ideas and stuff on how we could lay out the whole shop. Because you get a good idea of how, like, this stuff works. There's one in here I really based the one that we have. I think it's this one, yeah. We can look at that. Like, this is a crazy... Oh. This is an... oh, 2-point museum. Alright, I'm just not like 100% sure how I want to do the layouts here. A lot of aquariums sort of like are set up like this, where there's like a clear like path you're supposed to walk through the building on, right? So we could kind of change the layout to be something more like that. I do like this, where it's like kind of modular. Like you have like the little central area, and then like you have like these wings, right? For like different sections of the building, which is nice. Because one thing that's difficult about, right, having it be like a continuous loop is how do I like connect everything together properly? But if it's in like its own complete sections, then it's fine. Can I just open this image in a new? Okay, whatever. See, I don't really see like any pumps or anything for this water. I don't think this game has that. But if you look at a game like Megaquarium, it has that sort of system where you actually have to set up like, I mean, we could just ignore the pumps, but I could totally see someone being like, this is not accurate and not real. But you can see like there's like the back rooms, you know, for people to like maintain the tanks and stuff, which makes sense. So yeah, I don't know how we want to go about it. It's difficult. Yeah. Big Steve. And this is one that I thought was cool, where it's got like this like middle area here. Motion escalator tank. And I guess if you look at this one too, it like does have the same shape, how it's like, it's got like the loop, you know? Like there's your entrance area and then you loop around. I want our aquarium to have a little bit of that flow to it. Like this one's got the same thing. Like you loop, it's like a path, you know? I don't know if we're ever gonna do like tiny tanks or not. I mean, I could potentially see like us starting off with like a really tiny tank, you know? And then you go into like a medium tank. And then a super big tank. I don't know how crazy we want to go with it. I mean, like, we'll start with like the lowest tier, which is like a little guy. And then it moves up to the medium. But also another thing that's a little funny is like in real life, the larger tanks, like you have other smaller fish in the large tanks, you know? And so that's something that's sort of like wacky. If we have like different tank tiers, are we going to allow small fish to go into the bigger tanks? Because the problem with that is like the big fish have big weights. So it means that they're going to, the large tanks are going to have huge weight capacities, you know? So yeah, it's hard to say what I want to do here. Yeah, I know. Right, because I really don't want to scope creep too hard. And I'm worried. I think, honestly, in this case, it's probably okay to have a little bit of like a... not worrying so much about it, about the realism. I think what I'll probably do is just keep the tanks that we have now. And then just have ultra big tanks, you know, for the massive guys, like whales and all those funny goobers. And I'll probably make it just so the big tanks are exclusive. So, like, you can't put the tiny guys into big tanks. The implication could just be, like, whatever, that the big guys would eat the little guys or something. Scope creep. Yeah. I think that would be the easiest, because we already have the system set up for it, so literally all we would have to do to add larger tanks then is just draw a new large tank. We don't have to worry about, like, having them get upgraded or anything. That's probably what we'll do. Now, in terms of layout and stuff, I did draw up that one a while ago. Oh, back is kind of fricked up right now. Let me go see if I can find it. It might be difficult. Oh. Great. It's not even here, is it? Uh-oh. Where would I have put that? Maybe it's in my ultimate folder. I have animation.krita. I don't think it's that one. Maybe I put it into my game dev folder. Logo ideas. It's none of those. I don't know where I put that original drawing. I put it somewhere. Did I put it into the lured in folder? No. Where did I put it, guys? Well, it's fine. I think I sent one in the Discord server, so. I think it's in like lured in sneak peeks. Yeah, it's right here. So it's fine. We have it. So this is what I have as the layout. I think there's probably some things that we could kind of cut for now, just for avoiding scope creep. So we have 6 tanks as it stands, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 6 tanks. So this makes sense here. So you'd start with like just 1 tank in the reception area, and then you'd expand out your area. I don't think we need these tide pool tanks. I think I'm just going to ignore that. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Maybe one day down the line we'll, you know, explore things like that, possibly, but I don't know if I'm going to want to. So let's think of ways to kind of shrink everything. I think what instead I'll do, I'll probably have 2 large tanks. So let's increase the canvas. So as cool as it is, for now, I'm just going to ignore the bathroom, the food court, and the shop. Maybe I'll explore them one day. The research area would be kind of neat, so you could see how many researchers you have. I might do that. I never liked how this tank, like, kind of... Great. I'll probably shift this sort of more like... I don't think these tanks are that big. Like, they're big, but they're like more like this size. So we'll probably just have like 2 big tanks in the middle of the room. You know? Sort of like this. Right, and then we can just figure out what to do over here. Now, for this here, let me think how we want to go about this. I'll probably just pull this down. Right. Move that there. Maybe put the other tank over here. Now, this is one possible layout. The thing, though, is that people I know have, like, specifically wanted, like, a way to physically expand the size of their shop. And so the problem with this layout right now is it's all kind of, like, it's just one block, right? So I might want to kind of separate this into, like, 2 segments of your aquarium. Where maybe this first area here just has one large tank, right? And you just walk down here like that. And then maybe to get the last section, like this is a different section over here with another large tank. The other route that we can go is, instead of like completely erasing what we already have, right, for our building, is that we could just kind of try and expand it. Which I don't know if it would work very well, but it's a possibility. I'm thinking something like this would probably make the most sense. Where we have like a, you know, an additional area that you can add on. And I'll probably get rid of one of these tanks here. Just have one. Just kind of clean this up a little bit. Then we can move this guy in. Right, something kind of like this. I'm thinking. And then we would have... So you'd still have the same number of small tanks as you do now, right? Obviously, though, you'll get the addition of 2 big extra large tanks, so you end up with a lot more space to put fish at the end of it all. So I'm almost thinking something like this. What do you guys think about this layout? Yeah, it's just hard to fully decide. I might move this like section of the research up a bit. Move that down. Hey, Steven. And just a Sophie, if I'm saying that right. Welcome in. How's it going? The Void, yeah. So I feel like this could probably work out. It's essentially like the order of the expansions to your shop, right? You'd start with just your little reception area with your first tank. It starts as a very tiny building. And then you unlock your research wing over here. Whoa. Thank you so much for the gifted. Oh my god. What the? Holy crap. Oh my god. Gifted 10 subs. Thank you so much for that. That's crazy, dude. Sheesh. Oh my god. I think this calls for a free... Oh, okay, it's too late. Well, people try to stay in my not chatting exposed, yeah. My god, dude. Thank you so much for all the gifted subs. Oh, full cheese. Here we go. Mega cheese time. My god. Jeez. 10 gifted subs. That's crazy. God. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's wild.
You are the best game dev streamer ever, G.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Man. I noticed wanted to chat with me since canceling cheese. I'll never do it again. Yeah. It's a sin around here. You don't cancel the cheese, or else you get canceled. But yeah, thank you so much for all the gifted subs. That's insane. 10 gifted subs. It's funny. I saw like the hype train go, and I'm like, okay, it's like a random hype train. And then I realized why. It's crazy. Instantly up to level 3. That's wild. Man. Yeah, we're just gonna cheese for a minute. Yeah, it's wild. I wonder how long this cheese time is gonna last. You're always the best. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. We will wait a couple minutes, and if the cheese time still continues, I'll just pull up our little screen. It might be a while. We'll see what happens. I'll just keep working on stuff. It could be a long time. It's probably gonna be a solid minute. Yeah, I think this layout for our little area would work pretty well, so probably the design will do. I think hopefully I should be able to replicate this with the tile set we have now. I'll have to do like outward corners like these, I think. Actually, no, I already have those, so I think we'll be okay. Yeah, I've been wanting to upgrade our area for a while. So let's go into the aquarium scene. We're gonna have to change things a bit here now because we have to I wish I could hide all this other crap. Let's see. I can hide that, but that's fine. I want to say more tanks so bad, but at some point you'd be able to get so many tanks you might actually be able to hit the upper money limit. Well, the upper limit is 64 quintillion, or 9 quintillion. That's a long ways away, so I don't know if that'll be a problem. I mean, we are adding in 2 more tanks, so I think in the future I wouldn't be completely opposed to adding in more small tanks, possibly. It's hard to say though. It's not 100% right now, but maybe. So this is our, okay, so this is our tile map. So I'm gonna have like a couple of, like multiple of these now. We're gonna call this one reception. This one's gonna be like the main area. We're gonna have one called research. And this is so that we can all like, we can make them kind of go, you know, dark when they're locked or whatever. And then the last one we're gonna have. 2% I'm learning so much on this stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And the last one's gonna be our expansion 1 or whatever. Okay. Oh, the cheese time is over, thank goodness. Thank the heavens above. Okay, so this is going to be a pretty big change to the whole layout. So first off, the reception area now will shrink. It's going to get small. Let's hide these other layers for now. So I'm thinking of cutting that. All right. See, I really shouldn't be super big. We kind of just need just enough space for this, like, staircase here, so probably even 1 layer less. Then I'm thinking we just bring this side down a little bit. Probably actually make that staircase smaller. I think that should be plenty of space for the staircase. So I think this is going to be the size of the reception area, probably. I might go even a little bit tinier. It's hard to say. I don't think we need all this stuff over here on the edge. I really wish I could hide all these menus and stuff and just show this. It's kind of difficult. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna like do the transition into these other areas, because I realize the reception is above, so how is the research gonna work? Like, is it just attached to the reception? Does it actually even go down into the other building? You know, like, because here's the thing, like this depth here. So either we have this as like a higher up area with another little staircase, or we do where this is all just up on this level, and then this like kind of goes down here, sort of like this, if that makes sense. That's probably what I'll do there, I guess. We'll just have this be like a higher level. I think it would give some nice depth to everything. I made a playlist for YouTube videos. Didn't realize how few long forms you actually have. Yeah, I haven't done like a bunch of them. It's just because it's a lot of work to do long form videos, you know? They're time consuming, so it's difficult. Yeah. I'd like to do more in the future, you know, for sure. But it's just hard to. Eventually we will. Shorts are bangers though. Thank you, yeah. It's so much easier for me to do like a tiny little YouTube short, you know? Because I can edit one and like finish it in a matter of like hours, whereas a long form takes me days. So it's just one of those things, you know. I need to hide this freaking tip jar menu. I think I can just hide it, because I think on ready anyways on this node it's gonna make itself invisible. Yeah, that'll be a lot easier. Should do the same in all the other objects too, the tanks and all that jazz. But use local space. Okay, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna have to add a lot of new tiles onto our tile set now, unfortunately. Let's see here. Sprites, icons. So we want to go into sprites and go find our tile set. Right here. Okay. We have the grid. So we're going to create a staircase. And we'll just do that over here. So we're going to have some steps. I don't know what color the staircase is going to be made out of. Probably just wood, I guess. It'll probably be something sort of like this. I guess like this. Is that going to be even? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it will be. So it's going to have like a dark spot here, right, for the step. And I'll probably just do like this wood color. Do that color there. That down there. So that'll be the edge of the step. Then we're going to have the left and right sides. So like this side, we're going to kind of like crop the middle. These only extend out a little bit, but these are going to have the railings on them, right? So probably something like that. I don't know what I'm going to do for shading on these quite yet, but we'll figure that out. I'll probably do like this. Just to make it look like it's actually like, you know, there. And then we need the other side, which is just this, but flipped horizontally. So those will be the two edges of the staircase. Then we need the bottoms. So here, I'm just going to do this to make it easier to tell what's going on. Copy this guy. So this should work pretty well, because then at the top here, we're going to have like this, where it'll just kind of mesh into the wood, right? So that'll work there. Okay, snooze that ad. Gonna hop off a little early. If I make a video for Lured In, I'll probably whisper to. Yeah, definitely do it up. Might do it under a new channel. Can't get myself to post anything on my main channel. It's all good. I feel it. I 100% understand. But yeah, feel free to do that up. I do appreciate it. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. Thank you for coming into the stream. Very epic. You know, I don't know if I need to do the staircase as a tile set now that I think about it. I'll probably just draw it as a full sprite. Just be easier that way. I don't know how high up this building is. I drew it with like 6 steps. It doesn't need to be super tall. Yeah, I hope we can do well. Want to get YouTube monetization. Are you talking about like a video that I post on my channel? No, you're talking about posting yours. Yeah, hopefully eventually I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever get monetization for the channel, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, I do appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night, Nick. Thank you for coming in. It's very epic. And the player is 32 tall, so we do want the railing to be about 16 pixels tall, I think. So it'll be kind of something like this. And I will have to figure out how I want the railings to work, because they're going to kind of like go along. I'll probably make the railings a completely separate sprite, honestly. Let's see, I messed up. This has got to be like that. No, I messed up. No. All right. Then I'll bring these down to like right there. So these are going to be pretty dark. They're going to go up to 16 pixels. To right there. Up to 16. Alrighty. Then these are all going to be bright because they're at the top. And then these ones. Cool. So I'll probably make these look thicker because we're seeing them on a side view. I'll figure out what the design of the railings are going to be. I'm just thinking something like this. We could go with something a little fancier if we really wanted to, but I don't know if we need to. We will see. All right, just something kind of like that. I do want this one to be rounded a little bit. I'll have to figure out exactly how I want to do that side. So just delete that. Okay. And that's the bottom of the railings down here. Probably do the same thing down here. Alrighty. I think things are looking good. And the shading here doesn't make any sense. I guess I don't know if I'm going to outline the stairs or not yet. I'm not sure. Alrighty. I'll probably put like the wood texture on these stairs too. Just keep it in line. I might honestly change the tiles here to not be a tile anymore, but actually use a shader, just so that it's super easy for me to do all this. It's probably going to be the best way forward. What is this? My Stripe payout of $1. What did I get $1 from? Oh yeah, I got $1 on Itch recently. It's crazy. Okay, then I'm going to draw a shadow down here. Sort of like this. Oops. Alrighty. Actually, this would be, let's see, higher up, because it's in the middle. Something like that. I'm gonna do like that. Okay, so now we got ads going on, my apologies. So I guess I'll just keep this in the tile set, and I can just like add this as another layer on top of everything else, probably. We'll see. Don't know yet. Let's go ahead and save this. I'm also going to need like a piece here that kind of meshes with that, because this I don't think would look very good. Can't see anything, bro. Let's move the first fish tank over here. It's going to sit like right there. Let's go into tile set. I need to enable all these tiles. Now I can put my thing in. So let's see, I want this to be... Yeah, see, that's the problem. The top railing is going to, like, flip in. Not as tall as I expected it to be. That's fine, actually, I can just reuse these ones. And then put these guys down. Oops. Boom. Okay, I'm just gonna hide these other fish tanks for a second so I can see what I'm doing. And probably all the decoration spots too. Boom. Ah, finally. And also our wherever it is. Navigation region. Get out of here. Hey, see what I'm doing? So I can put this here, right? And we can have the stairs kind of come out like that. I probably want the stairs to come out even one more time then. Sort of like that. You wonder if it implies that the steps seem too steep, but it's probably fine. Might actually bring this section back one. Now that I can see sort of how the stairs are. Oh, you got any more customization options? I think so. Do you mean like player customization or like also just like customization of your shop and stuff? Let me open crit again so I can see what I was doing. All right. Okay, so here it goes pretty much. I'll leave a little thickness, but otherwise, I guess it goes pretty much just directly out to the right. So let's do this. And then this is all going to be, this is actually going to be a part of the main area tile set. So I guess I should start doing that. So I guess what I'll do then is, now I'll keep the stairs there, but here, so you get rid of all those tiles. Now this is going to become the new area down here. So I'm also going to turn off our, what is it, our modulate? There we go. Just temporarily. Oops. Yeah, this is going to need to be positioned behind the reception area. Okay. So the research area is going to be like a little wing over here. We'll figure that one out. Let's connect this guy up. This is where we're going to have a lot more of our tanks. So fish tank 2, wherever that guy is. He's going to go right here. Sort of at the bottom. Make all these visible again, except those two. And then 3 and 4 are both going to be down here. And in the middle is where we're going to have the first large tank. Okay. I might potentially just add some more tanks just because. We'll have to see. Oh. This is going to need to be a lot bigger down here. I can tell. But I think about this width for those would be good. Let's hide our canvas. For the shop, customizations for the shop. Yeah, I think I definitely will. I want to make it so that people can like what's the word? Change like the flooring and stuff. I think would be pretty cool. So I'm gonna try and get all that worked out. I think it's possible. I'll probably just end up using a shader for this stuff instead from now on, for like doing the textures on the floors and everything, you know. I'm gonna have to put like another wall piece here, sort of like that, but for the edge. Yeah, we'll have to figure that one out. Yeah, this one's easy because it's just like that. I think this is how this is gonna look. We'll fully decide. This is gonna be quite a big change for the whole layout of the aquarium. Hopefully it actually works well. The first little reception area here is going to be like pretty, you know, temporary. Like I imagine people are going to sort of move on from it pretty quickly, so. I guess that's a part of the reception area. Okay. And then the research area over here is going to be a whole thing. Let's hide all the stuff. I'll probably have to make a whole new like set of tiles for it. It's not going to be a massive area, but just something sort of along these lines, I think. And then that means for the main area, I'm probably going to grab this section and move it out at least just a little bit. So then for the research lab, I want to do... It's going to have those 2 tiles there. Yeah, it's kind of like complicated. Like, how do you decide which tiles go where and stuff like that? Well, I'll have to figure it out. Once I keep like kind of getting these all together and stuff, I think it'll be a little bit easier to tell how I want things to look. And this section's going to be out in the void, so it's going to look sort of like that. Can't. I'm a fool. There we go. See, because here you've got like... How is this going to work? You're going to have that there. But then also that. So you need like that piece. So we're going to need a new piece that's kind of like a middle wall section or whatever. Which is going to be a little funny. I think that also means then here we're going to have this tiny little section where it's going to be a double stacked wall. Oops, and that wouldn't be in the research section. It'd be like down in the main area, I think, or that'd even be a part of, I think, this one. I think it would go like that. But then back in research, we would do... why is this not working now? Oh, right, it's because the other one already has one. Yeah, all the depth stuff starts to get a little bit funny. I mean, just specifically with how I've like set up this one part of the research lab. That means that would also be at a double height there too on that piece of wall. Which is complicated. I guess then how this would work is that... Oh man. So you'd have the research lab up here. Alright. And that would just be normal wall. And then down in the main area, that would be the other like section. Sort of like that. I think. So when they're combined, it looks like that. Because how this is going to work, right, is like before you have a zone unlocked, we're essentially just going to darken it. We're just going to like go into here and like do that, right? So that's what it's going to look like when you don't have the lab researched. So yeah, it's going to be a little funny. We've got to kind of figure out how to make all this stuff work. But I think we'll get there. So the main area, I guess this will still be a part of the main area there. But then this will be a part of the research. What? But then this part's, that's part of research, oops. How does this look? No, I think I should just make these 3 segments a part of the research area. I think it looked better that way. Oops. Which then actually that means all of this should be up by 1 more tile. Oh boy. And then I'm going to need a tile that connects into this guy. So we're going to need a lot more tiles to make this work. As cool as it is to have this like kind of connected to everything, I'm starting to think that maybe it's just not worth the trouble. I think I'm just going to undo some of this stuff here. I think we're just going to delete the whole research room. I hate to do it, but it's just getting like super weird and complicated. So yeah. We're going to do this instead. Keep that as a sharp corner so that I can like nicely merge this in. I could still have it sort of be like this down here. See, it's weird how none of this is actually a part of like the stairs and all this. I think that should all be a part of this place here. So let's delete all that. Oh, but I want that to be in front of the other one. Okay, so keep those there. Get rid of the walls. I think it's what I want here. Hey, Dobbs, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How are you doing? What are we up to today on your stream? Yeah, what's going on, everybody? I am currently trying to... we're working on like expanding the initial shop area that you have, so it's just sort of trying to figure out how everything is going to look and fit together. Because the way it's sort of going to be set up is that there's like multiple rooms that you unlock, so it's a little odd, but I think we're getting there. Because we're going to have like the research zone here. I think I'll just make it like a double thick thing like this. This will be a lot easier to handle. Then I don't have to worry about how it like connects up to that down there, since it's like a separate room. Yeah, this will be much better. Okay. Significantly easier to set up. Yeah, we're gonna have like a whole like lab area over here and stuff. It's gonna be pretty crazy. 4.7 migration is probably done. Ayo, let's go. What version were you on before you went to that version? Break those out. Just how nice the editor's got in the last 2 years. Oh yeah. I just have handles like CSGs now. Yeah, I also in 4.7 there's like some new CSG stuff that seemed really cool. They now like mesh together and stuff. I was looking at that and I'm like, I was saying on stream like, oh man, this is Dobbs is gonna love this one. So, because it just seemed like great for doing. I know you do a lot of like CSG stuff, so. So much nicer for when I need a quick dirty cylinder or something. Yeah. Oh, you've been on 4.3. Okay, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, there's so much more stuff they've done since back then. It's pretty crazy. It's really cool to see how how much better things have gotten in a relatively short amount of time, I feel like, too, you know? So, it's really cool. Because I started using Godot, yeah, back in like 4.2 or 4.3 or something. And like, things were cool, but man, I think compared to how it was back then, and it's just so much better now. So it's very cool. Let's fill that in. Okay, so I think this is mostly working. It's a little janky, but let's see. Anole Assault on YouTube, welcome in. It's good. We deving it up, and here we are. We're working on expanding the whole layout of our aquarium building. Baking CSGs into meshes is added 4.6, I think, which would be great for some performance in place. I think CSGs are calculated at load. Oh, yeah. We'll need to read over the patch notes from 4.4 and on. Yeah. There is so much stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm definitely gonna swap to 4.7 soon. I just gotta wait for Godot Steam to update since I rely on all that stuff for like the achievements and everything. So eventually, I'll get there. Usually, it doesn't take very long for that to happen. So it's probably only gonna take, I don't know, a day or two. But we'll get there. Oops, I did the fill tool. Place those. I don't know if I want this wall to be a part of the research building or not. So the way this is going to kind of be set up now is like when we don't have a zone unlocked, it's still going to be there, but it's just going to be like darkened like this. So it's kind of like I can still like design everything in place and stuff, and I don't have to like worry about creating like temporary walls. But it's still going to look like clearly like, oh yeah, this is an inaccessible area at the moment, you know? So we're getting there. Oh, yeah, I do need to move over to Godot Steam at some point. Yeah, I know they've been working a lot on like the extension for it, and I really hope that that becomes like a practical thing to use instead of the engine build, because I've been using that right now where it's like a whole compiled version of the engine. So... but it's not very convenient. Why is this like... Ooh. Why is the main zone still... Okay, I guess it's fine. A little weird. Yeah, we're gonna have these railings here, sort of like this. The staircase is gonna connect up to them. I need to do like a corner railing now. Yeah, you can kind of see what it looks like. This should not have any modulate on it. Might change the sprite of these railings. I think I'll change them to be made out of wood or something. We'll see. I have no idea. My internet is bad, so the video is 144p for you. Oh, really? I'm sorry to hear that. Is that in the works? Yeah, I think it's... I don't know if it's done yet or not, if it has full capability yet. But it would be a lot more convenient for me just to use the regular version and then just install the plugin, you know? Because I think it's... I don't know how you get it. This is just all this stuff. Yeah, see, I don't actually... There's GD extension from scratch. Let's see, I don't think that's the right thing. GD native. Yeah, I just don't think it's available right now. You might be able to get it if you like self-compile, but that to me seems like a whole thing. Unless it's just available on here. It might be. Godot Steam GD extension. So you'd want to use, I don't know why there's two of them. Oh, that's the server. So can you just install this one? Is it on the newest version? I don't know. I'd have to really make sure that it actually is like fully capable, because I don't know if it's able to do everything or not. But it seems like this would be a great way to install it instead of having to compile a custom engine. So I might honestly kind of swap over to this version. It's hard to say. See, it shows GD. I don't understand what it's saying here. Okay. So 4.19 is the newest version, which is interesting. So I don't know, maybe I should just do it this way instead. I'll do some research tonight and maybe look into that. Because that would be, honestly, for me, a lot more convenient. I don't really like having to, like, always include all the Steam stuff with every game that I make, because not every game is going to go on Steam. A lot of them are just, you know, for itch and stuff, just a jam. So it'd be nice if I could just do that. So I'm definitely going to look into that. I need to make sure that it's fully capable of everything, you know, that it can do multiplayer and all the stuff, because I need to be able to do that, obviously, for Starground. So yeah. I think I'm going to move this staircase down to the bottom layer. So let's see, it goes there and there. So I think that's how it should be. I think that just looks a little bit better, where it's like obviously like, oh yeah, that section is not unlocked. Okay, but now I need to change the tile set, so let's see what I need to do here. Also, I'm gonna delete this, the other like middle layer, because it's kind of confusing. So I'm gonna have to kind of like put the floor in there. I think it is about time to swap over to our new system. I'm gonna be real. So I think we're gonna use just a pure green color for the floor. I've been wanting to do this for a little while, but instead of using like you know, hard baked textures for our floor and stuff, I just use a big shader. It's a lot easier. I don't have to worry about stuff. The only thing that we kind of don't get, I guess, with that is doing like shadows, because I can still do shadows, but it just has to be a layer on top instead of like in it. Like this shadows here would be fine, but on the staircase, I don't know how that would work exactly. So I will have to work that out. Shouldn't be that big of a deal though. See, it's 2 pixels above. Okay. So yeah, I'll probably keep all of these here just so that I can go through and do them. Set the textures up, but let's go do this over here. Oops. So this will all become green. Oops. And then yeah, it should be pretty easy for me to like let players swap out like the textures for the floor and stuff, which would be really convenient. You could even like theoretically import your own custom textures and stuff if you really wanted to, which could be crazy. All right, so that's set up there. I'll keep the stone for now, but I'll probably give it the same treatment, honestly. And then what I'm going to do is just create a texture for all of these tiles over here. And this is going to go to the world space. So it doesn't have to be a super big texture. Maybe just like 256 or something. That's probably too big. Let's do 128. That's better. And now I'm just gonna move all these tiles around. It's kind of annoying to create this by hand, but oh well. It's actually gonna be very annoying. Is there an easier way for me to do this? I don't think there's like a tile drawing tool in Krita. Unless there is. I don't know. I'll probably just have to do it the old-fashioned way. It's fine. Can paint tiles and tiled? Is that a different program or what? Tiled. Did I just see $3,000 a year? What was that? What? Oh, that's how much. That's their total monthly donations. Okay, I got worried for a second. I was like, no. Okay. Yeah, I could just load this up like super quick. I do actually have another program already installed on my computer. I think it's called Tile Setter. And I might be able to just do it super quick with this. Because I think I can just like... How do I export? I can save a project. There's got to be a way to export. I don't know, Tile Setter for me was kind of weird. Yeah. I could just try this one out, I suppose. As long as it's easy. It would be neat if you could export tiles as PNGs inside of Godot, honestly. That would be pretty cool. But this does seem kind of complicated. It's a little bit scary. I do wonder if there's a way. Let me Krita draw tiles. That's how to create. GD quest.
Also going to be.
I mean, this is just using Shift W so that you get like the. This isn't really the same thing, right?
The wraparound mode.
This is just the wraparound mode, which is very nice for drawing tiles, individual tiles, but not for what I'm doing here. Well, I can try installing it. I don't like installing random stuff I'm never going to use again, but sure. Let's try it. Windows 10. What is this? Mobile games. Let's go check out what they said. How do you make Twitch or itch pages so cool? I'll have to answer that later. Yeah, I think this new layout will be neat though. Once we fill in all the floors and make them look cool. I can go ahead and save our tile set again. God. Did Greta just die? Oh god, my whole computer. Oh. Okay, it's fine. Alright, save this. Now it's going to update in here. And everything's going to be gone. That's okay. Oh yeah, I have to fill it in with the same color over here. Oh, I didn't do green. I'm stupid. I'm just going to do green since all the other ones are set to that color right now, so. There's no need to have two channels. Alright, so now everything is going to be green. And then, see, it's funny because if you look at the tile set for like our grass, I do the exact same thing. I already have a shader to swap out these colors with tiles, so it's going to be a lot easier just doing it that way, I think. All right, let's launch tiled. Yeah, I just need to create like the texture that gets repeated across everything, you know? Okay, new tile set. Name Bob. Source. Let's go get the source. Sprites. Go get the tile set. First you do new tile set, then new tile map. Okay. Tile width is 16. Based on tile set image. Do I have to save all of these as files? Okay, whatever. Let me zoom in. Oh, I don't actually have the dials on it. It's fine. No, you can backseat. I don't care. I've never used this before, so. I'm gonna save these as a. to some document, create from clipboard. Hey, save this as planks. PNG. I'll just save it in there. Yeah, I need to load a different image. Can I change the image in here? Edit tile set. There we go. Planks. Okay, so we got the tiles. Now we want to create a tile map. A new map. Orthogonal. Tile size is 16 by 16. Infinite. Okay. And then how do you use export? Export is image right there. Cool. And here we are. So now I need to... Oh, we have Bob over here. Very nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll do an 8 by 8 tile. That should be plenty. I don't remember which one is the base tile, but it's fine. So tiny. So is there a way for me to randomize the tiles I'm placing? There is like a... Can't seem to select this tool. I don't know why. What is this tool? Shape fill tool. I mean, this is basically what I want, I think. Terrain brush. Rectangular select. Oh, now I can do it. Weird. And then can I just select all these tiles and have them? Okay, so it does that. And then I need to randomize the positions of these tiles. Is that a thing I can do here? Random mode. There we go. So yeah, just something like that I think is fine. I think I'll decrease the probability of the ones with the nails a tiny bit. I don't know if it's something I can do in here, if I'm going to have to open up the other file again, which is really annoying. At least I can just go in here. I just want to lower the probability. I don't even know where my other... Oh, there it is. There we go. So yeah, just something like that. Some tiles should be used more often or less frequency than other tiles. You can change their probability. Yeah. Now we can export his image. Let's call this blank texture. I don't know why it's doing that. Export. I hope it worked. Let's go see what it did. Plank texture. It is really big for some reason. Is it because like the area that I selected or something? Can I just select this one area? Nope. I mean, it's not a big deal. I can just go crop it, but it's funny how it's weird. So let's see. Wars Kumar, welcome into the stream. How's it going? So there's the document. Looks like it didn't do any compression. Good. And select. Let's see. Make selection map. Oh, and then go into map. Crop to selection. There we go. Well, I'm on infinite mode, so I don't even know how this works. But, because it didn't seem to do anything. Yeah, I don't know. References. Can I turn off infinite mode? World map. Map properties. Oh, there we go. No more infinite. And now I can crop the selection. All right. It's fine though. I mean, we got it here, so I'm just gonna call this plank texture. We'll save this in sprites. Boom. Alrighty. So now the next step here is we're gonna go into a region where we already have this set up. Let's go into the pond or something. So this is the shader we have in here. I'm just gonna go into tile set, select it, go into rendering. I'm going to copy that material. Go back into our aquarium. And this should all be using the same tile set here, so we should be fine. And now, I'm going to select these. We're going to paste the material as unique. Boom. Change the texture to be the plank. There we go. And we're done. So now it's extremely easy for me to swap out the material, like so people can like customize their floors and stuff way easier now. So much easier than me having to like go and manually draw different variations of everything, you know what I mean? So I don't really need any of the other tiles now, so I'm just gonna go delete them in the tile set. Delete those. Done. All right, and then I just got to fill these in. Oops, that's the wrong layer. Oh, God. Oh. What layer am I on? Okay, let's go into the reception layer. There we go, guys. Still gotta apply the shader to these and these. Looks cool. Yeah, thank you. It gives me SDV vibes. What is that? Oh, Stardew Valley. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think that's a partial inspiration for the art style and stuff. I've always liked how Stardew Valley looks. These are like on the tile grid, right? It's hard to tell. I think they are, because I'm pretty sure this tile set position-wise is just at 0, so that means everything should be aligned. Okay. So now what I'm gonna do is go back into tile set, select this guy, copy the shader, and just apply it to everything. All these shaders. Material paste, and all these guys too. Boom, look at that, guys. Couldn't be easier. Yeah, so I think we're gaming. And I did notice that these, since they're different, probably gonna have to change those other tiles so they're not using the shader. I'll figure that one out. It's gonna have to be like, I think I'll just make this staircase a separate sprite, you know, so it's not so confusing. It'll be easier that way. Yeah, now what we can do is like all of these. Oh, did I make this a part of the reception area or something? Hold on, I'm figuring out everything here. I think these are on the reception layer, aren't they? I can't delete them. Are they not? Ooh. Why are they like stuck at full brightness then, I wonder? Oh, it's because they're not taking into account modulation, so I just didn't do this before in the shader. It's not a big deal. I can go change that shader now. So we just have to grab a varying vector color, and then say color is equal to color. And then now I just want to say overlay color times color, and that will now take into account modulation. There we go. Boom. Okay, much easier. So yeah, I think this is looking pretty good then. We can add like all our stuff back in. You know, we got the canvas modulate normally, so we can have lighting. I would want whatever the other one is. Railings to be visible. Add that and a couple more railings. Expansion 1 is broken. Let's get him out of here. Research. That's going to be over there. Yeah, it's going to sort of look like this then. We can just load up the game and see what everything's like. Let me see in here. Yeah, title is popular for people who make games for web since exports to commonly supported JSON format. Okay, nice, yeah. Yeah, it does seem cool for sure. For me, it's just nice to... just for exporting textures. I could see how people would use it for like whole games and stuff though. Oh, our hold on. A couple more things are broken. You gotta make that visible and also our canvas layer. That would be helpful if that was visible. So we have to completely redo our navigation map. Is there any chance to implement an option to make the fishing games more forgiving when you fail? Usually more than one chance in the minigame. I can look into it if you're having issues running through those. I can try and like add in an option for easy minigames. I think it should be possible in most cases. Like they all use the same like class, so it's really easy for me to just go in and like say set like a limit on how many times they can fail or whatever. So I think it's possible. Yeah, so here's what we got going on now. I need to add in all like the stone flooring sections again, but otherwise. So yeah, what's going to be great about this now is I can just like plop in whatever floor texture I want, right? I can just be like, oh, I want the floor to be stone now. Plop in the stone, you know, like we can add maybe a section in like the shop or somewhere in here for customizing the appearance of your whole building. I'll probably go into here and add like another thing over in there. Another tab for it or something. Yeah, then over here will be like the little research area. You're just going to be able to see all your researchers in here and stuff. So that'll be cool. Yeah, I'm starting to think I don't actually need these to be solid color here. I think it's just easier to not have that there now that I think about it. Because why even have the border there? It just kind of causes issues with like alpha stuff. So literally, I'm probably just gonna do this. I think that will make things a bit better. Yeah, that is actually much better now. Yeah, and then we'll have the expansion over here. So there's going to be kind of like 4 sections to your building now. Your little reception area, the starting zone, you know, you're going to have your first like starter tank here. And then you unlock this next area. And if we actually buy the other tanks, you can see them. They appear down here. So you won't be able to buy these until you unlock the next zone. So it's not going to look weird like this, how they're like too bright. But yeah, I think this will be cool. I've been wanting to expand things out, you know, more for a while, so might even like add some fun little extra buildings, you know, if I want at some point. Like we could like go in here and add like a little like, you know, the player's office or something, you know, if we really wanted to. We'll have to see exactly what the plans are with all that. And then yeah, I gotta set up so little like research guys walk around in here. We'll get around to that. But I think this will give a nice sense of progression for the game, you know? I think one thing that's always a little boring playing through Lurden is like you start with just this one static little building and that's all you ever get. So now with this new layout, you're gonna kind of get to see your shop evolve, you know? Like you just have this starter area and then like, boom, you unlock this area and an area over here later on, like late game. I think it's just kind of like a fun progression, in my opinion. So I'll have to get it set up. I'm going to have to edit this button so that you can only buy this thing once you have the other areas. It's going to be a little weird. I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to handle that. Because it'll have to say like locked or something, and then when you hover over it, it's like requires research, whatever, you know? So I'll look in all that. It is a bit scary having to like break our whole area and like redo the entire building, but I think in the long term it'll be good. So yeah, now this navigation area is going to be significantly different. We're gonna have to like reposition all this stuff to kind of follow the new things, right? We're gonna have to like move it down here and then move it also for the expansion. And I think I'll keep these two navigation areas separate from each other just because the researchers I don't want walking around in the normal area that the players are in, so I will kind of avoid that. But yeah, this is basically going to be the new collision shape in here then. And it looks like it already like pretty much calculates the collision areas automatically very well. Like it has the connection down there and they can walk down there. I'll probably just like hook up some code so that if there is a position that they're not allowed to go in or something with that a region you don't have unlocked, it just does a check and it's like, hey, I'm in the locked region, so don't let me be here, you know. And if that's the case, I'll probably just like teleport them back to the entrance or something. We'll figure it out. But yeah, anyways, big changes, and then this will leave us a lot of space in here to put the big aquariums, which I'll have to fully draw out and think about how I want them to look. And again, this also opens us up for doing the other part of this, which is customizable floors and walls. So it'd be really fun, honestly, if when I update to Godot 4.7, there's that new custom like drawable texture. It'd be crazy if you could just like go in and just draw the floors and walls of your aquarium, you know. So maybe we'll do something like that for fun, so you can make your own custom wallpapers. But we'll see. It's very interesting listening to the thought process behind each thing you're implementing. Yeah, I always think it is when I watch other game devs and stuff. So yeah, we are gonna have to end stream here. Who's this person? Oh yeah, they're working on this game. It's been a long time. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go raid out now. But yeah, thank you gamers for coming in. I appreciate it. Yeah, we got all the achievement ideas planned out. Now it's just a matter of actually adding them. So I gotta draw all the icons. The code for them is like nothing. It's just like if thing, then activate achievement. That's it. So that's gonna be easy. Yeah, I just have to draw all the icons, which, you know, I have to make a regular variant and then also a locked variant, and that's a whole bunch. It's a whole bunch of stuff. But Twitch trailer likes time, yeah, for sure. We'll be live again. Today is Sunday, right? On Wednesday at 3:30 MDT. So yeah, you got it, Oshik. Feel free to wishlist alert in. Join the Discord. I'll probably be putting up like a sneak peek post about all the new changes. So. But yeah. Anyways, thank you guys for coming in. We're gonna go raid Moonwood Games. He's working on a dungeon crawler. So yeah, we're gonna head over there. I'll see all you gamers on Wednesday. Bye everybody. Bye. Thank you for coming in. And thank you 2 Socks for all the gifted subs. It's crazy. Bye bye.